Check. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Check. Hello. Check. Hello. 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 Hello.
হ্যালো, হ্যালো, হ্যালো। আমাদের কিন্তু আরেকটা হাতে লাগবে, হ্যাঁ? একটা কর্ডলেস লাগবে। হ্যালো, হ্যালো। ঠিক আছে, শোনা যাচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ, ঠিক আছে। এটা অন করে নেবো তো বিষয়টাকে। হ্যালো, হ্যালো। ঠিক আছে। জাস্ট ঠিক আছে, ওকে, ওকে।
সাউন্ড কম আসলে। হ্যালো হ্যালো, এটা কার্যকর আছে। যখন আমি এটাকে নিচে আমি দেবো, ঠিক আছে, আর দুটো সুইচটা আমি নিজে দেবো।
into the environmental performance index, you can see that Kerala, in fact, ranks 4. Environmental performance is, I think, rank 1 is for the Gujarat. You can see the different ranks of the different states. Okay, it actually combines both the states and the union territories. So what we have this problem is that the human development, sustainable development, and the environmental performance, they are not commensurate. And this is the issue which has been debated even in the international level in 2023, when there was a summit on sustainable development goals. This issue has been debated, that came forward that sustainable development goal, we are not really looking very seriously to the environmental issue. What we done thought that India has to go for the innovation. Because the existing development systems, S&T, science and technology based development is not sufficient. We have to go for the innovation index. Now, globally, we rank at 46. Now, if in 2047, we have to be the developed country, we have to be within the 25. That's the sort of the thing which comes. And we also look into it, the other issues like, so the per capita gross expenditure on R&D in India is only $43 US, whereas Israel spends almost like 2,100. US, Germany, in China, 300. Malaysia, 200. So we actually spend only 0.65% of our GDP for R&D sector, whereas countries like Israel, almost like a 5%. Even our, say, the China and, like Germany, they are more than 6%. In fact, on average, the inter-European countries, they go into 3 to 4%. Now, unless until we invest in our R&D sector, there's a difficulty to really achieve the goal which you are setting. So if you look into the spending in the R&D sectors in India, the government spending is around 56%, business houses around 37%, and higher education is 7%. Now, the government spending is with all the government departments. Higher education has been taken separately. That what is the proportion they are actually investing into the R&D? Because government has a lot of R&D institute which is outside the educational institute, and they get a very major share for spending. They do spend a major share of our GDP on that. Still, the GDP is only this much. Less than 1% of GDP is for the R&D. So now what actually Niti Aayog started, that computing the state level innovation index, the 7 pillars have been identified. And those 7 pillars actually comes here.
আসুন আসুন এই দেখুন মেসেজ বলছে ভিডিও লাইক করে 500 টাকা রোজ আয় করুন ব্যাস প্রথমে অল্প টাকা দিয়ে লোভ দেখাবে পরে বলবে আরো রোজগার করতে চাইলে টাকা দিন আমি সারা দিন
Two performances, one is the knowledge output and the knowledge diffusion. These two makes the two performers with the 16 indicators. Now you can see here that India is actually sort of in the global status with 14.56. That is our innovation index. And that's why we have a very low rank here. If we look at the state level, all the state level we have actually computed and tried to show there is a wide spatial state level variations in the what is called that innovation index. That means the state is not performing very well. And if that becomes much more important, if you look at here, where we got that say per capita GSDP and the innovation index, there's a positive relation. So the state level investment becomes an issue, important. We also see the sustainable development, the composite index and the innovation index, okay, there also has a good correlation. But what is surprising is what is called that innovation efficiency, which is the ratio between the enabler and the performer, these two sectors, is actually in the sort of going down, is a negative. That means efficiency with the per capita GSDP in the state level, that does not really go well. That means the state which has a higher GSDP, they really do not invest sizably in these sectors, and their performance is also not very good. If we look into this, I think Kerala ranks number 1 in innovation. Karnataka ranks number 1, whereas Kerala ranks on the 11. Telangana tops in the efficiency level with 0.759, their index. And Delhi is the only place where the efficiency value is more than 1. Efficiency means, see, what actually the enabling situation which has been created, and the performance. If the performance is more than 1, then we talk is an efficient, functioning is efficient. So Delhi has only Delhi has that sort of a situation, not in other areas. And that's the issue of the serious concern. And Kerala is actually ranking 11. It's quite a down rank. And we have put here all these, the pillars of the innovation and average situation, Indian situation, and which are the states that really go up in some of the sectors that has been put here. What Kerala did, in fact, KDIST, the institute with which I'm involved now, they actually embarked upon innovation-led development. Now, what is this innovation-led development? See, the development so far, what actually based on the the science and technology based innovation, and that we try to really enlarge the its periphery and try to include the other partners, like innovation factors. So there is academicians, then there is a government, and then also there is a what is called that civil society. So the innovation should not be, as we are seeing, majority of the government. No? The private partners and the innovation system, that is the things we have it, and then civil society is a major actor. Civil society normally, civil society is active in various places. I'm very happy to note that this international seminar in Rampurhat, they are taking care of the civil society and there's an interface with the civil society and the industry. That's a very good sign. Then public preference towards participation to be analyzed for successful collaboration. What the public pay for participation becomes also an issue. So it started, like say, first the co-ideation, to develop the idea, there's a workshop, there's a needs, vision and scenarios. There's the first thing we try to create. And from there, there's a clustering and the platform is being developed. From there, evaluation by the experts and the look in the technology roadmap. And then you try to look for the transformation, which transformation you are looking into it, and then a design of the prototype. In this cycle, what happens is, first we try to develop the problem statement. Say the local investigation and the ground research with the workshop and the other sources they put, what is the problem comes. From the problems, we try to develop a curation and the scoping of problems, problem canvas. To develop a hackathon, which is a problem-solving hackathon. Hackathon means actually you get a good number of people from both India, outside experts. They participate. Note on this one. So when we try to really put the geography, that we try to bridge the gap between the natural and the social sciences. Natural sciences has a convergent thinking, social sciences has a divergent thinking. Now these two, how do we put them together? Then we actually, under this, we started working out with one local body, one idea. Then there's a one district, one idea. I'm just giving two examples. There are several such programs going on. So far, community of practices has been formed with 1,500 experts over 27 themes.
শেষ করে না মানে গেল আছে
বলেনি আমাদের রাখবো না
পজিশনটা কি বলবে পজিশনটা কি বলবে
এক্স ডিক্টেটর অন করে নিতে হবে
অন করলাম তো
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed dignitaries, respected professors, distinguished guests, and dear participants, welcome back to day 2 of the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research. Yesterday's sessions were truly inspiring, filled with innovative ideas and insightful discussions. Today, we embark on another exciting day of exploration, collaboration, and academic excellence.
Good morning, everyone. To officially begin day 2, we have a special opening ceremony session to set the stage for what lies ahead. This ceremony is a reflection of advanced geographical research and sustainability. Let us begin with a few words of encouragement and inspiration to guide today's journey. We thank everyone for their presence and enthusiasm. Let's get ready to make day 2 as impactful and memorable as the first day. With that, we officially declare day 2 open. You enjoy the sessions ahead.
At the onset of the program, we would like to invite on stage our guests, our patrons, to receive floral tributes. At first, I would like to invite on stage our very own principal, sir, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, Principal, Rampurhat College, and patron of IAGR. Sir, please come on stage. Then we would like to request Dr. Ashish Banerjee, Chief Patron, IAGR, and President, Governing Body of Rampurhat College, to kindly come on stage. Dear students, please assist, sir. Dear students, please assist, sir, to come on stage. Sir, before you take your seat, we would request you to kindly pay floral tribute. Sir, okay, yeah. Okay. Sir, we would request you to kindly pay floral tribute to Sri Mukunda Bihari Saha, one of the founding members of Rampurhat College. Give it to sir. We would request our guests to kindly stand as sir is paying tribute to Sri Mukunda Bihari Saha. Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to invite on stage Dr. JayantaDas, convener of 2nd IAGR. Then I would like to invite Professor Ashraful Alam, Organizing Secretary of the 2nd IAGR. We would like to request Professor Milabchand Sharma, the keynote speaker of the 2nd IAGR, Professor at the Center for the Study of Regional Development, JNU, New Delhi, to kindly come on stage. Now we will invite Professor Shanot Kumar Guchait, Professor, Department of Geography, Bardhaman University, to kindly be on stage. Finally, we would invite Professor Deepak Kumar Mondol, Professor, Department of Geography, University of North Bengal, to grace the stage with his presence. As we commence our inauguration ceremony for the 2nd day of the International Seminar on Innovative Approaches in Geographical Research, our patrons and esteemed guests will be watering the plant, a symbolic gesture towards nurturing sustainability and peaceful cohabitation with Mother Earth, who, in the words of Carl Sagan, is the only home we have ever known. This symbolic gesture will be followed by today's inaugural song by Hiyasri Das, a student of the Department of Geography.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
আজি বাংলাদেশের হৃদয় হতে কখন আপনি তুমি এই অপরূপ রূপে বাহির হলে জননী ওগো মা তোমায় দেখে দেখে আঁখি না ফিরে তোমার দুয়ার আজি খুলে গেছে সোনার মন্দিরে ওগো মা আজি বাংলাদেশের হৃদয় হতে কখন আপনি তুমি এই অপরূপ রূপে বাহির হলে জননী ওগো মা তোমায় দেখে দেখে আঁখি না ফিরে তোমার দুয়ার আজি খুলে গেছে সোনার মন্দিরে ওগো মা ডান হাতে তোর খড়গ জলে বাহাত করে শঙ্কা হরণ দুই নয়নে স্নেহের হাসি ললাট নেত্র আগুন বড় ওগো মা তোমার কি মূরতি আজি দেখিলে তোমার দুয়ার আজি খুলে গেছে সোনার মন্দিরে ওগো মা তোমার মুক্ত কেশের পুঞ্জ মেঘে লুকায় অশনি তোমার আঁচল ঝলে আকাশ তলে রৌদ্র বসনি ওগো মা তোমায় দেখে দেখে আঁখি না ফিরে তোমার দুয়ার আজি খুলে গেছে সোনার মন্দিরে ওগো মা যখন অনাদরে চাইনি মুখে ভেবেছিলেম দুঃখিনী মা আছে ভাঙা ঘরে একলা পড়ে আছে ভাঙা ঘরে একলা পড়ে দুঃখের বুঝি নাই কোশিমা সে তোর দরিদ্র বেশ কোথা সে তোর মলির হাসি আকাশে ছড়িয়ে গেল ওই চরণের দীপ্তি রাশি ওগো মা তোমার কি মূরতি আজি দেখিলে তোমার দুয়ার আজি খুলে গেছে সোনার মন্দিরে ওগো মা আজি দুঃখের রাতে সুখের স্রোতে ভাষাও ধরণী তোমার অভয় বাজে হৃদয় মাঝে হৃদয় হরণী ওগো মা তোমায় দেখে দেখে আঁখি না ফিরে তোমার দুয়ার আজি খুলে গেছে সোনার মন্দিরে ওগো মা
Thank you.
Thank you, students. As we officially begin the proceedings of the day 2 of this seminar, it is my honor to invite the principal and patron of IAGR, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Sinha's visionary leadership has been a cornerstone in making Rampurhat College a hub of academic excellence. Sir, we warmly welcome you to the stage to deliver your address. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the International Seminar 2024 at Rampurhat College. This esteemed event, hosted by the Department of Geography in collaboration with the Internal Quality Assurance Cells, has brought together a distinguished gathering of delegates, researchers, students, and professionals united in their commitment to advancing geographical research for sustainable development. We are honored to receive the support from esteemed sponsors, including the Science and Engineering Research Board, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Eastern Coalfield Limited, and the Ministry of Earth Science, whose backing underscores the importance of this gathering. The theme of this year's seminar, Innovative Approach in Geographical Research, Exploring New Dimension for Sustainable Development Goals, reflects our shared responsibility to explore progressive interdisciplinary solutions for today's pressing global challenges through sub-themes like geospatial technologies, climate changes, urbanization, biodiversity conservation, and water resource management. This event provides a valuable platform to address issues that unique blend of tradition and academic excellence that Rampurhat College represent. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable President as well as Deputy Speaker, West Bengal Legislative Assembly, Coordinator, Internal Quality Assurance Cells, Secretary, Teachers Council, Assistant Secretary, Teachers Council, Media, Local Administration, and I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee, faculty, staff, students for their dedication and hard work in making this seminar a success. I am confident that this event will inspire future research, collaboration, and impactful solutions, advising our collective journey towards a sustainable and developed world. Best wishes for a successful and enriching seminar. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and laying out the vision and purpose of this seminar so eloquently. Your encouragement and support have truly set a positive tone for today's discussions and activities.
Let's have a big round of applause for Dr. Sinha for his thoughtful and motivating address, please. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is our honor to invite Dr. Ashish Banerjee, Chief Patron of IAGR and President of the governing body of Rampurhat College, to deliver a special address. Dr. Banerjee's visionary leadership and unwavering support have been instrumental in fostering academic excellence and making events like this seminar possible. Sir, we warmly welcome you to the stage to share your thoughts.
Respected principal, distinguished guests, teachers taught, and the persons who have come here. At the very outset, let me thank you all for having given me an opportunity of attending this international seminar. I convey my best wishes, and I am very happy, and we are very happy, that distinguished guests, distinguished professors have come to deliver their speech, and we hope that our students will be enriched by that. It is a great pleasure for us that Department of Geography has organized this international seminar for second time. We hope our students will be enriched by this seminar. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. Your words have provided us with renewed motivation and a deeper appreciation for the importance of our collective effort. Your vision and support have laid a strong foundation for the success of this seminar and the advancement of geographical research. Let us all give a warm round of applause once again for Dr. Banerjee for his invaluable contribution and inspiring address.
We now commence the special lecture session, a key highlight of our seminar. This session brings together expertise in meteorology and geography to address critical issues in climate and environmental science. The session will be chaired by distinguished Professor Sunil Kumar De, Professor in the Department of Geography, University of Calcutta, Kolkata, West Bengal. Professor De's expertise and leadership in geographical research make him an excellent guide for this discussion.
He will introduce this man, right? Yes. Okay, fine.
I would request Professor Sunil Kumar De to come on the stage and chair this session. Our esteemed speaker for this session is Dr. H.R. Biswas, Scientist F at the India Meteorological Department. Dr. Biswas' contributions to meteorology and his research on weather phenomena have been instrumental in advancing our understanding of India's climate system. Dr. Biswas will deliver a special lecture that promises to provide us with valuable insights into the intersection of geography and meteorological science. I would request Dr. H.R. Biswas, please come on the stage. Dr. H.R. Biswas.
Dr. H.R. Biswas is on his way. So we will have this lecture after Professor Shubharanjan Basu Memorial Lecture. Subhash Ranjan Basu Memorial Lecture, I'm very sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the Professor Subhash Ranjan Basu Memorial Lecture, an integral part of our seminar dedicated to honoring the legacy of a remarkable scholar whose contributions to geographical research continue to inspire us. This session is chaired by none other than Dr. Prithvish Nag, a luminary in the field of geography. Dr. Nag has had prestigious positions, including former Surveyor General of India, former Director of the National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, and former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapith, Varanasi. His leadership and scholarship have profoundly influenced the field of geography. The memorial lecture will be delivered by Professor Sunil Kumar De, Professor in the Department of Geography, University of North Bengal. Sorry, I'm very sorry, sir. Department of Geography, Northeast Hill University, Nehu. Professor De's expertise in river system and their sustainable management is widely recognized. His talk, titled River Health, An Introduction, will delve into the critical issue of river health and its implications for sustainable development. Professor De, your insights will undoubtedly enrich our understanding of this vital topic. Sir, I request you to kindly take the stage and kindly deliver your lecture.
Mr. Chairman, sir, esteemed dignitaries sitting in front of the dais, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I want to thank the convener of this conference and the organizing committee members for inviting me to deliver this Professor S.R. Basu Memorial Lecture. He was my supervisor, and many of us here also did their PhD with Professor S.R. Basu. Just I will give a quick glance of Professor S.R. Basu. After that, within 2 minutes after that, I will start my talk on river health. Please go ahead. So he did his honors degree from Presidency College in 1962, did master's degree from the University of Calcutta in 1965, and PhD degree in 1974, and DLED degree from the University of Calcutta. So in this regard, I would like to thank Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay, who has prepared the slides during this international conference which was held in Delhi. Next one, please. He did his PhD on the topic, the decay and associated problems of river dynamics, and his supervisor was Professor Nishit Ranjan Kaur. After that, Nishit Ranjan Kaur became the DPI of West Bengal also. Next. Then in his professional life, he taught 6 years in Presidency College since 1968 to 74. Then Calcutta University, then North Bengal University, and then after retirement, he joined as professor to start the Department of Geography in Rabindra Bharati University also. Next. This recognition he has received, these are some of the few these recognitions we have tried to show. Next. And he was member of several national and international organizations, among which British Geomorphological Research Group. This is the most honorable membership here. International Geographical Union, although he had participated, but IGU do not give any individual membership. Anyway, next. So his research arena was distributed in Bhagirathi Hooghly Basin, Subarnarekha Basin, Darjeeling Himalaya, Ladakh Himalaya, Sundarban, Kolkata metropolitan area, and many others. Next. And some of the makers of process geomorphology in India, and issues covered by him: fluvial dynamics, alluvial terrace, process of sedimentation, morphology and hydrological changes, fluvial deposition and Piedmont zones, morphology of landslides at Darjeeling and Sikkim Himalaya, and alluvial fans in Ladakh Himalaya. Next. So these are some of this earmarked publications of Professor SR Basu. Next. Next. So these are some of the books he was edited, and the right side book was not edited by him. It was in honor of Professor SR Basu. We have given felicitation in 2004 in the University of Calcutta. In honor of Professor SR Basu, we had published this thing. Next. So he had enriched the subject of geography in India through his publications, more than 100 research papers. He has supervised 25 scholars, 10 published books, 5 books written for honors and postgraduate students in Bengali, school level geography, and it was one of the famous book, Bosu Maulik, those who know this one. He had written that book, and 8 research projects he had completed in different, from different national organizations. Next. So his basic passion was fluvial geomorphology. He has tried to cover many aspects in fluvial geomorphology, starting from the processes. Then at the end, he had tried to analyze the water quality of different rivers, then subsurface waters, underground water. So we are just carrying forward his activities. We did not do anything new, I would like to say, but we are trying to carrying forward his activities. In this, to carry forward this activity, one of my students, when she was proposing her PhD proposal, then there was a contradiction. And the contradiction came with the title. And that time, Professor D.K. Naik was the BOS member. And he has proposed that why don't you think a new aspect in geography with collaborating all this process geomorphology, then work quality, all these things. Then we accept this proposal, and after going through different sources, we have seen that there is hardly any publication, only 1 or 2 publications were there. One is Norris and Thorns, and the other one USGS, they have published. The title was there, River Health. Now we have started to do work on this issue, river health, and we thank Professor D.K. Naik to give this terminology in geography. And after that, we have published so many papers, and we have published one whole book from Springer also on river health, human impact on river health. Now, traditionally, can I use this one? Traditionally, the term river health is dependent solely on the measurement of physical, chemical, and some biological characteristics of the river. It is usually applied to the assessment of river condition and often found analogous to human health. So it is a biological term essentially, but we had tried to apply it in case of river. It is not clear what aspects of river health sets of ecosystem level indicators actually identify, or how physical, chemical, and biological characteristics may be integrated into measures rather than just observations and cause and effect. And this was written by Norris and Thomas, and they were the biologists. So they have tried to define this river health from their point of view. River health is exclusively a new branch both in geomorphology and hydrology, as well as in environmental science. Next. Physical characteristics of the river include the fluvial geomorphology and surface hydrology of a river basin, which control the structure and dynamics of the river channel. So it includes all these geomorphological and hydrological processes. Changes in flow and sediment regimes following catchment modification can markedly alter the physical nature of the channel. Moreover, the chemical indicators we cannot avoid are most commonly used for detecting the river health. So river health, we are assimilating all these physical as chemical and biological parameters. Next, please. Certainly, it is argued that if the riverside habitat was in poor condition, the health of the stream would be affected adversely. This means if the riverside habitat, it means that riverside is occupied by the poor class of people, by the illiterate class of people, then the condition of the river will also be poor. It shows that if we have an unhealthy catchment or valley, we have an unhealthy stream. Similarly, this assessment can also do in reverse. A stream may be assessed as being unhealthy and then it concluded that the catchment is unhealthy. So it is a vice versa process. Next, this Norris and Thoms, they have settled these indicators in sediment sequence and composition, soil sediment erosion, stream flow, stream channel morphology, stream sediment storage load, surface water quality and floodplain and wetland structure and hydrology, and most of them are related to physical behavior of the river. So it is not complying with the term health, biological term health. So we have upgraded this term in the next slide, please. So we have included river hydrology, geomorphology and river water quality. So in these indicators, among these indicators, component, sediment, discharge, cross-section, forms processes, and hazards, these are related to hydrology and geomorphology. These are the physical parameters. And in river water quality, physical, chemical and biological properties we should include to justify the term river health. Next, please. In a nutshell, river health may be defined as the condition of the anatomy and physiology of the river. Anatomy of any river mainly includes the physical condition of the river, including the changing hydrological behavior or the river, channel shifting and migration, river course change, flood and riverbank erosion and related phenomena. So anatomy means it is a biological term. When this internal body, structure of the body we analyze in medical science, then it is called anatomy. So in case of river also we have used this terminology. Whereas the physiology of river includes the chemical and biological condition of any river water. When anatomy is disordered, then physiology is also disordered. It means different types of diseases. Thus, the river health is a subject which combines fluvial geomorphology, river hydrology, environmental pollution, and it is worth mentioning that all of the aforesaid condition of the river health may be changed due to human intervention. If the river flows naturally, there is hardly any problem of water quality, but if it is intervened by human activities, then this problem starts. Next. So this was the term which we tried to define this river health. Now under this term we will give some case studies, and for this, for justifying this we have worked intensively in Tripura, some of the rivers, and here this is river Howrah. Please carry on. Say this is the location one river basin which is called Howrah River Basin. Next. Yes. See, it is written Katakhal River in the northern side, and in the southern side this is Howrah River. Katakhal was a tributary, and Katakhal, from the name you can understand that a canal was dug by the kings, and afterwards it became a tributary during this monsoon period to the river Howrah. And the number one, it is showing number one, it used to meet there. After that it was shifted northward, number 2. After that it is number 3. And now at present Katakhal is no more a tributary of the river Howrah. It is directly meeting with the river Titash in Bangladesh, and Howrah is flowing through its own course, and it is also meeting with the river Titash in Bangladesh. Next, please. Now we have drawn cross sections across the river. 30 cross sections we have taken, and then from that you carry forward. This, the connection between the Howrah and Katakhal river is completely abandoned, and it is not flowing, it is now flowing separately. Such change occurred due to neotectonic activities. This is our hypothesis, and the hypothesis was approved. If there is any counter hypothesis, we'll be happy to see that this was not happened this case. How we have prepared this hypothesis? Katakhal, the rate of sediment flow was very less. So within this 40-50 years, the amount of sediment which discharges, it is very difficult to deposit all these materials and to become this confluence land higher. So that is why, in this case, between these two interfluvial zones, we have shown due to neotectonic movements or tectonic movements, the land has went up. So this is our hypothesis. Again, I am saying that if there is any counter hypothesis, we will be happy to see. So by this way, due to this tectonic activity, the river has been divided. Next. Next, please. Now see this course, there is a Tila, which is this small upland, which in Tripura local language it is called Tila. So during the regime of Birendra Kishore Manikko, he was the king that time, a canal dug from the Howrah river, here it is not visible, in order to save Agartala town from flood. But the canal gradient and the canal channel bed was lower than the original Howrah river. As a result, Howrah river diverts the flow through canal and the mouth of the original course near this one. So this was the canal. Just next you go forward. No, Joe, previous. Say, this is abandoned section. This was the canal they have dug, but the bed was lower than the original bed of the Howrah river. So that is why the Howrah river is now flowing through that canal and the previous course have been abandoned. Next. I'll see the timing. Sorry, sir. So we have visited from the source to mouth, the river course. And this type of activities, you see, this type of activities, people, they dump all their household waste, market waste, medical waste, everything along the river bank. And some of them are educated people. And when we went to ask that, why are you dumping here when there is municipal VAT? And they are reversely asking that what is wrong with it. Next one. So by this way, next point, if you see these red marked points are the brick kilns along the river bank. There are 51 brick kilns along the river within 1 kilometer buffer zone, and they dump all their ashes along the river. And see next one. Say they cut this tilla lands are the very good source of their sediment. They are cutting this tilla land and carrying it to the brick kilns. They are producing brick and ashes are dumped along the river bank. This slide D you see right side. They are dumping these ashes along the river bank. So these materials are coming down and forming sticky clay below the river bed. Next please. So this is one. Another one, see, they have the probes or the wooden logs they have put there. Why it is so? They want that the water is coming down and it will obstruct the sediments from that and all the garbage is there and they will get clean water. Just below this, there is a water pumping station which supplies water for 60,000 people of Agartala city. It is almost dying river. Next please. And now, I think this video mode is not operating. This is sticky clay. When these ashes, are deposited below the river bed, they are forming this type of clays. If you keep your leg there, you will slip down. See, earlier time with these ashes and lime, they used to use for constructing these concreted houses. So you see this type of ashes, they are depositing below the river bed and making this sediment, this clay, this sticky sediment. Next. And we have collected the sediments and tested. In some cases, we have found some iron contents are also there. And this, you see, this ashes are dumped just along the river bank. Next, please. Next. So these are the location. Next, please. Now, they are cutting these tilla lands, and you see the data will, just see this red line was the previous and it was 11,290 square meter, this tilla land area was there. They are cutting this tilla land and now the present area is less than half. It is 5490 square meter. So these tilla lands are being deleted. Now if you ask what is wrong with it, you are getting fertile land for agricultural purposes, but you do not know this land is formed mostly during this quaternary period. Whether you do not know this, there is vacuum within this land surface, if you want to construct anything, one day you will find that you are subsiding gradually. Next. So these are some of the impacts of this degradation of this land, tilla land, and they are using in different activities. Next, please go ahead. Please carry forward. I have only 3 minutes time. So by this way tracks, this is natural causeway. There is no causeway. This natural causeway, they carry these sediments from this tilla lands and supply to this brick lanes, and they have made it a natural causeway. Now you can see the depth of the river is only few centimeters. Next. Next, please. By this way, the river is deteriorating, and sand mining pits, they are collecting sediments from the river bed unscientifically. Now, if you ask this, what is scientific? When you are collecting sediment from the river bed, if you follow the graded profile, then it is called scientific, but they do not have any idea. They are collecting and dumping for their selling purpose for construction activities. So by this way, the river bed becomes this uneven, and they produce, in some places, they produce more sediments. Next, these are some of the bridge spires. And you know, in any river, even in North Bengal, if you see, the bridge spires, the bottom of the bridge spire are gradually eroding. And just in front of this bridge spire, the velocity of the water, which forms gyral, becomes 0. And these materials are deposited. And bar, shoal, all these features are formed. Here is the similar case also. Now we have tried to define these activities. Sir, can I take 2 minutes more? 2 minutes. So, these brick fields, heavy weight bridges, lightweight bridges, road causeways, sand collection pits, tilla cutoff, and all this we have counted the number and upstream and downstream side, how much area is affected, and then, please go ahead. Yes, this is concreted causeway across the river. This concreted causeway is used by several types of activities, washing cars. Just below it, these domestic animals are cleaning there. Utensils, bathing, dress material, all they are cleaning in this river. Next. So we have tried to map on the basis of the collected data from the field that the intensity of human activity along the river, and you see in many cases there are blue patches are the highest one, and gradually it is coming down. Blue patches are, yes. So carry on please, next. Now we have tried to find out the distribution of major drains. So major drain, these are the points where these major drains are meeting with this river. Next. Next. So this is distribution of domestic outlets into the river. Carry on. This is garbage disposal sites along the river, near marketplaces and in domestic areas, all these things. And this is deposited along within the river, and the river depth is gradually decreasing, and river bed is this gradually increasing. So the water containing capacity is decreasing. Now you can see in the newspapers almost every alternate year Agartala city is suffering from these flood activities. Now use of this flood water, river water by slum dwellers, they construct this type of pit. They think that the pit wall will absorb all these pollutants and this fresh water will come here, but it is, they do not boil this water, directly they drink. Number 2, next. So this is for bathing, and this is for other activities. So all activities are given in photographs. So and we have prepared the maps on the basis of this collected data. Next. And this type of activities are affecting the this chemical and biological properties, as well this water quality. This water quality is being affected, and in all cases this is highly variation. In all cases you see. So this is briefly a glimpse of river health, that you need to collect the physical, this behavior of the stream, chemical, biological, and this physical condition of the river water, then and only then it will be completed. Next please. So these are some of these propositions we have given. Unscientific collection of sediment, I have already told. Collection of soil from tilla land, this is also deteriorating supplying extra amount of sediment to the river. waste material dumping, construction of new brick field, then dumping of solid waste and disposal of toxic substances into the river. All these are affecting the overall river health. Next, please. So these are some of the publications in geomorphology, and this is from morphology. And at the end, I greatly acknowledge Professor D.K. Nayak, Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay, and these are two of my research scholars. They are teaching in college and university now. Next. And this is the book. With this, I thank you very much for your kind patience and hearing. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Day. And I'm sure you are from North. Which one? Which university you want to be? Associate now? Nehu, okay? Yeah. So you are from Nehu. Friends, very interesting lecture by Professor Day, talking about the different aspects of river health. Before that, I would like to mention here that basically I'm a population settlement cartographer, geographer, cartographer like that. But it was due to Professor S.R. Basu, I became a so-called geomorphologist. To the extent that he came to my place, to my home, and then he said, okay, fill up the form, and you become a member of the IGI, and also you become president immediately. So I became president of IGI, Indian Institute of Geomorphology. Next year, after a gap of 1 year, I was fortunate enough to organize the annual conference in Dehradun. A lot of people who have visited there, attended there, they must have remembered that conference as well. So this was my association with geomorphologists, basically. Regarding the river health, you have discussed a lot of things. My experience are slightly of different type. First thing that we took up a big project on National Water Development Atlas of India by National Water Development Authority around 2 decades earlier. There one aspect was the rivers, to take river into to map the rivers to the extent that up to which area, the catchment area of different rivers in the country. As a result, to find out the catchment area of Ganga, we went inside China also, or neighboring countries as well. And the politics behind rivers, that was the interesting part. The drainage basin, it is diplomatically we never say Ganga basin. It is Ganga, Brahmaputra, Meghna basin, all three put together. So the mapping was of BGM basin due to certain diplomatic advantage. Similarly, for boundary settlement with India and Pakistan, Sir Creek, the so-called, not a river exactly, but the behavior of that water bodies was to be understood in order to make case of India for claiming certain areas, which is still under dispute, and perhaps once Kashmir is settled, that will be also be settled. So that the legal angle with rivers, these things are not mentioned in your, this is what I'm mentioning. Okay. Then another issue which directly related to river health, I was in IIT BHU 2 years, and both years they have an annual conference on river health itself. So I participated in that, member of the organizing committee, etc., etc. The thing which I tried to introduce was the legal issues with different aspect of river health. So one session was specially conducted that who is responsible, who will pay for that pollution, who will pay for encroachment, to whom to blame, whom not to blame. So the legal issues with all the problems you mentioned, that was another major step was taken. And another thing which was revival of small rivers, urban rivers, jo nale hain, these nalas how to convert back into rivers. That was another issue which was taken up. And you know, Varanasi is the place of Prime Minister. So a lot of attention is there. Varuna and Assi, two rivers, along with Ganga, three rivers are in the city. So Assi River has become Assi Nala now. How to revive that? That was a major action was to be taken up following these two international conferences on river health. Those who are familiar with Varanasi, Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya wanted Ganga, a branch of Ganga to be diverted and to enter Banaras Hindu University, and then it goes back to the river. That was the plan. The canal was also dug up, but then later it was found that your Tila concept, the BHU is slightly higher, about 30 meters higher from the riverbed. So to bring water to such a level was a problem. And then it was suggested that mechanically if we lift the water, it goes to the same channel which Malviyaji thought, and then it is diverted and it is funneled to the Assi River. So in order that Assi River will be having more water, and it will revive this old fame and old channel will be revived. So that was suggested using the topography. But there are other rivers also which require attention, and these are small rivers, basically urban rivers. They have to be revived in one way or another. So that is another topic which was taken up in these conferences. So friends, what I'm trying to say, that there are a lot of other issues which are with river health, and that has to be seen, and geographers do have a role in that. And I'm sure people like Professor Day and others who are bothered about rivers, though you are in the hill, but you are bothered about rivers, they will consider this, how to use topography and revive the rivers. Within the umbrella of Department of Science and Technology, there is a National Geospatial Program, and one of the action area is to revive the older water bodies, rivers, nalas, etc. So those who wish, they can submit projects there and carry out the work in the respective area. So thank you very much for your interesting paper. I don't know whether there is the option of asking questions. Yes. So any observations and questions, please? Yes. Very brief. Yeah.
It just occurred to me that you had shown this, diversion of Howrah River due to the tectonic upliftment. Now, have it ever occurred to your mind that, see, the grain, I mean the structural grain of the this Chittagong Tripura hill tract is from east to west, right? But in this case, you need to have an uplift which would go, north-south is the alignment. So this wheel has to go east-west. So how would you explain that? You get my point, what I say? Because the ridges are coming all north-south.
See, this is exclusively... No, this is because shortage of time, I have deleted many slides. We have this fault and lineament map also.
By fault?
Yes.
Not by fold?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, no.
But, near the confluence,
yes.
There are, in many places, there are impact of fault, of course.
Yes.
But near the confluence, there is nothing.
Because all alluvium are there.
Yes.
Right.
And that is not a part of folded area also.
Okay.
Because fold area is ended before that.
Much to the east.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
One more question, and I'll prefer if students from the behind, if they come forward and ask questions. It should not be only people in front, they are involved in discussions. But your queries must be there. You would like to know more, how to study, how to do research. Anyone from the other side? No one, then anybody? Who else would like to speak or talk? Nobody. So if there is no one, then, yeah, please. You have to be brief, yes.
Professor De, during your presentation, you said that the basin area where poor people, unhealthy people live, the river health also will be unhealthy. Yes. Now my question is, to me it is contradictory. The developed countries where rich people stay and then more industrialized, more urbanized, but the river health is much better than ours where the poor people live around the rivers, or the floodplain in India. So how do you react to that?
This is very simple answer. I have visited more than 28 countries, and in no developed country I have found that people allow settlements exactly along the river bank. At least there is a buffer zone, 50 meters, 100 meters buffer zone. After that they allow. But they monitor all these garbages. They monitor all the garbages regularly, and they take it away. It does not directly come down the river. But regulation, of course, it is a legal issue. But here, what? See, you could not understand my point very clearly. There is another slide I would show. All these toilets and latrines are directly coming down the river, and within few meters they are cleaning their this. So they are poor class people. They do not have any alternative to go to the several places. But in developed countries, it is just reverse. You will not find any of these open latrine or this thing along within the river directly.
He knows the answer very well.
Yeah.
It's all right. They are friends otherwise. Okay, if there are no other observations, then thank you very much. On behalf of the organizers, I thank Professor De for his beautiful presentation, and also recalling his teacher, and who I was also very close with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor De, for your insightful and impactful lecture. Your discussion on river health has illuminated critical aspects of water resource management and sustainability. We also express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Nag for chairing this session with wisdom, grace, adding depth to this memorial lecture. Let us give a heartfelt round of applause to both our chairperson and speaker for making this session truly memorable. And we would request Dr. Nag and Professor De to kindly accept a token of appreciation on behalf of our college.
We will now proceed to the next segment of today's program, that is a book launch ceremony, and this event will be co-hosted by Dr. Sudeshna Majumdar.
Dear audience, we now move on to a very special moment in today's program. The book launch ceremony is a proud occasion as we unveil the book titled New Advancements in Geomorphological Research, edited by Dr. JayantaDas, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, our dear colleague, and the coordinator of the seminar. This book represents a significant contribution to the field of geomorphology, bringing together cutting-edge research and innovative perspectives. Dr. Das's dedication and scholarly excellence is commendable. To inaugurate the book, we are honored to have Professor Sunil Kumar De, Professor in the Department of Geography, Nehu, Shillong. He has written forwarding of this book. Professor De's illustrious career and contributions to the field make him the perfect person to launch the important book. Professor De, please come forward, and we invite you to officially launch the book. Let's give a big round of applause as we proceed with this milestone event. Thank you, Professor Day, for inaugurating this book. We also extend our congratulations to Mr. JayantaDas for editing such an outstanding contribution to the field of geomorphology. This book is not just a scholarly achievement, but also a valuable resource for researchers, academicians, and students alike. Let's give another big round of applause for Professor Day and Dr. Das for this remarkable achievement. Thank you. We now move on to the next plenary session, and it will be hosted by Dr. Pramesh Chetri.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin plenary session 3, focus on innovative approaches for sustainability and demographic dynamics. This session will explore key themes surrounding sustainability and demographic challenges through unique and thought-provoking perspective. The session will be chaired by the esteemed Professor Ranjan Roy, Professor in the Department of Geography and Applied Geography, University of North Bengal. Professor Roy's expertise in the field of sustainability and geography makes him the ideal guide for this session. We invite you to the stage, sir. The first plenary talk, titled Will India Continue to Work for Population Growth, will be delivered by Professor Devendra Kumar Naik from the Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya. Professor Naik is a highly respected academician with extensive research on population dynamics and its implications for development. Professor Naik, we invite you to the stage to share your valuable insight. Please join us in welcoming him with a big round of applause. The second plenary talk in the session's title, Investigating the Spectrum of Sustainability Through the Linguistic Framework of Wittgenstein, will be delivered by Professor Sanat Kumar Gutchit, Professor in the Department of Geography at the University of Bardhaman. Professor Gutchit's interdisciplinary approach connects sustainability with linguistic philosophy, offering a unique lens to view the crucial topic. Professor Gutchit, we now invite you to the stage. Please join us in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Now I invite Professor Naik to the stage to share your valuable insight. Please join us in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Professor Naik, over to you.
Can present. Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and guests and the participants of this very important seminar that we are going through at the moment. At the outset, my greetings to Rampurhat College for successfully completing 75 years of its existence. And that gives me great pleasure being in this institute which celebrates completion of 75 years. So having said this, I also am aware that we are running late by more than 1.5 hours or more. And I would like to keep this topic very short, the presentation very short, so that we can have other presentations as well. The topic, as you can see, is something that sounds very familiar. All of us are aware about it, but perhaps deny it. We have a problem these days that we start denying first and then continue with the old habits that we have. One of those is the demographic issue. When I don't know how many of us were born in 1950s and 60s. There are few, I'm sure. There are more younger people now. We could see when we were school kids in 60s, there used to be a lot of campaign about reducing population. That was considered to be one of the most important priority for the government and the people. And the government went on and on. The posters that I could see, even the remotest village, was Do ya tin, bus. 2 or 3 children, that's all. And by 70s, it had come to 2 children only, and not more. And by 80s, it had come down to 1 child only, and preferably a girl, the priority changing. And all those posters reflected one thing, that we are too much concerned about population increase, the size of the population and the growth. So the growth was considered to be the biggest challenge facing the economy and progress of the nation. That's true. And, but what was not true is that we were told that that is the only problem. The narrative, it became a narrative that we explained, and it went to school textbooks, it went to university textbooks and seminar discussions, which continued to harp on only one thing, that all our ills, all our problems are due to population growth. I would agree to it, perhaps in 1950s, perhaps in 1960s, but when this is being told today, I feel a little uneasy. It's not so today, because demographers have seen that and have shown that things are changing extremely rapidly. And so rapidly that perhaps we have to worry about the opposite. Perhaps we have to see that how do we deal with a situation which is reversing so fast. Perhaps we took long time to increase, but we are taking too short a time to decrease. And this is something, there's another angle also to what I'm going to speak, is that we always thought that history has always been weaponized by the political power, whichever power it is. But we never thought that demography could also be weaponized exactly the same way in the political sense. And it is being done to show that we are increasing and increasing and increasing. And even today we can see that a lot of us, probably by culture or by design, we continue to believe that all our problems are rooted in population growth. So how long we'll continue with this issue, and are there evidences that show it otherwise? Are there situations which are told by the experts, which are told to us by all data and information that we have at our disposal, but we continue to deny it? So denial is something which needs a special attention. So should we now continue to worry for population growth that India is experiencing? Next. What we have observed from the data, very few data that I would give you, not to bore you with a lot of statistics, that India is currently experiencing a silent demographic revolution. I remember in 2014, when the current government came to power, our Prime Minister, then of course a candidate, was all the time talking about demographic dividend. And he was celebrating population growth, that we have a large population which can be useful in bringing in tremendous economic dividend. And that demographic dividend was celebrated then, but then suddenly we have become quiet about the demographic dividend for obvious reasons. Everybody talked about demographic dividend, but now we are not much talking about it for reasons which perhaps we can discuss later. But what is true is that we are now experiencing a very silent demographic revolution and defying all the naysayers that India can never achieve population decline or decline in population growth. India has achieved it perhaps more spectacularly and without much violence to its people, except for some, maybe 1970s we had emergency, and during that period there was very coercive measures which were taken. And we always compare ourselves. Whenever I've attended any such seminar conferences, the issue used to be that look at China. China's progress is linked to its population control. It has successfully, even though it is forcefully done, but one-child norm has brought them prosperity, growth, and everything that anybody would like to want. There was no doubt about it. But India is unable to do it for whatever reason. And the reasons were too many which were given, and the academicians gave their own reasons. But we thought for 1950s, 60s, 70s, even 80s, we thought it was impossible to bring down the population, at least arrest the population growth, largely due to three reasons: that India is a country of large size and diversity. There is persistent poverty. Poverty was found to be the main reason why we have population growth. Our fertility level is very high. And also the conservative attitude that many of us had in this country to methods and measures that were undertaken for contraception, which was seen to be the only method by which we can reduce fertility. There was also another development that took place. In 1970s, we had almost a convergence in terms of high fertility rate all over the country, and which reversed later in 90s and in the early 21st century, when there was a big north-south divide in terms of population decline, growth rate decline and fertility decline. And this itself was also cited as another reason that geographers particularly, that even though we have achieved lower fertility in the south, mostly southern states, but the northern states contribute to large increase in population. That was another reason which was purely geographical, and bulk of the population does live in the north, and therefore that size of the population, if it reproduces with higher fertility, you can't do anything about population increase. So there was, in the late 90s and early centuries of this present century, early decades of the present century, there was an advocacy for stringent measures to be taken that included forced sterilization, epitomized during the emergency period 1975-77, then also economic and political disincentives against higher fertility aimed at faster economic development, which we always wanted to take place sooner than later. Demographic changes since 1980s, however, has disproved many of these narratives, but are again reproduced in various forms, perhaps more as a political tool, political rhetoric, rather than facts of consequence. The regional diversity theory is also weakening. The North is also showing great signs of declining fertility. Not only that, the religious angle, which was also used to prove that no, we cannot achieve unless all groups, religious, ethnic categories also go for lower fertility. Even that narrative is falling apart because almost all religious groups, all the ethnic groups, the North, the South, there's a great convergence as far as falling fertility is concerned at a rate unexpected in the past. Next, please. The decline, I say, is always has been spectacular. Today, India is the world's most populous country, perhaps 1.3, 1.4, or since we don't have census, we don't know. But it will be somewhere around 1.3 to 1.42 billion or something like that. And it's a dubious distinction that we are now the country with the highest population in the world. But what is significant is that the growth rate is slowing down, and rather slowing down rapidly. The fertility rates in the urban areas, urban parts of some of the Indian states are now as low as in parts of the world where birth rates are a key topic of discussion now. Even in India, we have this problem for other reasons. The South is now saying that please produce more. It's advising its sisters, women to produce more. Sikkim is announcing a similar path that we would encourage high birth rates, something that we could see in Europe, which experienced such a large population decline. There was certainly a time when India's population was growing very fast, but in the last 3 decades after independence, India's population actually had doubled. From 1980s, the population growth has really slowed down, and the growth rate is estimated to have fallen below the world average by the early 2020s, and the gap is expected to grow. This slowing down of population growth is going on across the country, and no country, no region, no sections of the population is immune to it. Next, please. But then why and how it has taken place? There have been two distinct speeds to this slowdown. Until 1970s, population growth rates in different states were quite similar. I have pointed it out earlier. And since 1980s, India's southern states were growing far slower than the central, northern, and the eastern states. And there are 3 processes which affected the population levels and trends. The first is the number of children born, the number of people who die, and the long-term movements of the people. 3 aspects, what we got, birth rate, death rate, and migration. International migration is not very significant in India in influencing population growth, whether it is into or outside of India, because they're too small in relative terms to affect India's population currently. Important changes in the first 2 processes, the birth rate and death rate, fertility and mortality, actually has taken place, which has resulted in the slowing of the population growth. What is more significant? The first phase is that rapidly falling fertility rate, which are now becoming at par with the developed countries in many regions of India. Increasing aging process which has accelerated due to the second factor, that is mortality. So the 2 in process of fertility and mortality have undergone transformation to such an extent, change rates, that we have now the two processes, that fertility rate decline in population and mortality decline resulting in aging of the population, which is perhaps the most important point that I'm talking about. After being high in the early decades, after independence, India's TFR, or total fertility rate, has fallen rapidly, now far lower than the sub-Saharan countries with which we were compared in the 1950s. India was almost at the same level as sub-Saharan countries, but today, after 70 years, we are now compared with Europe, all the European countries. And that's something which needs to be taken note of. Now, with fewer children born every year and more people dying every year, India's slowing population growth will grind to a halt. That's something which all projections now point out. Then from growth, which was the earlier concern, it will move into a decline perhaps by 2060. By the mid-2060s, population growth is expected to turn negative, which means there will be actual fall in our population if we will be, say, 1.8 billion by 2060. Then every additional year will bring down the population below 1.8 billion. And then perhaps time now perhaps has come when we need to worry for decelerating population, declining population, and many of its unintended and undesirable consequences, which is now looming large in front of us. We have a very few years left, 3 decades. And within these 3 decades, if we are not planning to face these consequences, then basically we'll be doomed for high population growth, and after 2060 for exactly the opposite reason, that is for deceleration taking place at a rapid rate, and exactly for the opposite reason. Now, these are some of the diagrams that you can see. Annual population growth rate over time, which has taken place by early 2020s. India's population growth rate dropped below the global average. That's something you can see, the yellow line and the blue line, that shows that India is now much lower. This shows total fertility rate in 2021. This is based on, of course, NFHS data. The urban parts of many Indian states have lower fertility rates than many developed countries. You can see, compare West Bengal now has 1.39, very, very low TFR, which is basically number of children born per woman. And Japan is almost like Japan now. And Andhra Pradesh 1.47, comparable to Norway. Maharashtra has 1.50, comparable to Germany. Karnataka has 1.5, comparable to United Kingdom. Gujarat has 1.65, comparable to USA. And Telangana is 1.75, comparable to France. So we are now comparing in many parts with developed countries which are experiencing little population growth or sometimes decline in population, and they are facing the consequences of it. Perhaps if there's more time, some other time, we can discuss more on that. The total fertility rate by the countries, you can see India's TFR has declined steadily, while many sub-Saharan countries have not seen similar declines. The yellow line shows the sub-Saharan countries which has increased fertility rate with a marginal decline in the last few decades, whereas you can look at India, which is now not only much below the sub-Saharan countries and in the world average, but it has shown a complete decline in the growth rate. The annual population change over time has taken place. India has begun to add far fewer people each year since 2000, and its population will begin to shrink from 2060. That you can see from the diagram. From 2060 marks the beginning. If 2021 was a demographic landmark, from where the population started increasing very fast, I think 2060 will be similarly remembered by all demographers and population scientists. Finally, what it leads to is the issue of mortality, which is going to rise. and the aging that will take place with perhaps by 2060 we'll have more than 20% of the population which will be above 60 years of age, and that is the biggest challenge that we have to face very soon, and we need to prepare from now. So population growth is affected by the number of children born every year as well as the number of people who die every year. The slowdown in India's population growth until now is powered by falling fertility rate alone. Very little role was played by mortality. But in the future, the mortality is going to rise very fast, or the death rate is going to rise very fast, and will play an important role in demographic transition. There has been improvements in health outcomes, particularly this has been powered by health outcomes, better health available to the people, particularly for the very young children who have better survival rate. India's population is beginning to live longer now, driving up the age of the population. 72 around is the life expectancy now. We are still a young people for reasons which are demographic population momentum. The median age is 28, which means 50% of the population is still below 28 years of age, which is 30 as far as the world is concerned. So we are even better, we have more younger people than the world as a whole in terms of percentage, but it is rapidly aging now. The mortality rates are starting to rise, and they will be intensifying in the next 10 years or so. By the mid-2060s, population growth is expected to turn negative, which I have shown you just now. India will begin to have fewer people every year. I want to stop here, and if there are any questions. Thank you.
Next one. No, just one or two observations. So, thank you, Professor D.K. Naik, for your beautiful paper and beautiful lecture. And the observation, what Professor D.K. Naik in his paper mentioned that the decline of the population, at present we are actually, most of the geographers, demographers, we are actually worried about the growth of population in our country. But what Professor D.K. Naik has mentioned, we will have to rethink, because by the year 2060, the population of the country will be stabilized, and it will be reached up to 1.7 billion of population. But whatever the observation we can actually cite, sir, today at present, in the year 2023, as per United Nations population data sheet, we have seen the size of Indian population has already touched 1.45 billion, being the largest populous country in the world. Although the total fertility rate has declined and has started to slow down throughout the country, but it is not only that. Because of the decline of the total fertility rate, the size of population of the country will be declined very rapidly, because there is a population momentum which will actually cause the slow growth of population. And because of this population momentum, the total population of India will be touched by the year 2050 or 2060. It will cross the size of 1.7 billion population. And this number of population will also be a heavy burden like a country India because of its natural resource, limited natural resource, as well as other environmental threats that will be increased with the increasing size of population with a heavy slow rate, that is 1.75 billion of population. And interestingly, although the natural growth of population in our country has shown decline, but if we see another aspect of population growth, that is migration, that is immigration from the neighboring countries, that has also remained one of the major factors contributing the large share of population growth. That should be stopped. If we want to slow down our growth of population, but the major problems that we will face in the coming decades, in spite of having the decline of the population growth in our country, sir, that is the growth of aging number of population, and how the country will actually face the challenge or the major issues related with the population aging in a country like India. So, thank you, sir, for your valuable information that we are going to reduce our number, but this number will not automatically or all of a sudden, in spite of having the natural growth, total decline of total fertility rate in our country as a whole, because of population momentum, this will be continued, and within 2050 to 2060, the country of India will achieve, the size of population will be more than 1.7 billion, putting a huge pressure on environment as well as other economic sector. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your outstanding and awesome presentation. Thank you, Professor Naik and Professor Ranjan Roy, for your insightful presentation on the present issue of population growth in India. Your analysis has provided us with a valuable perspective on these critical demographic challenges. Now I invite Professor Guchit to share his valuable thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can it be controlled from here? The PowerPoint presentation can be. If not, okay. A very good afternoon to the organizers, the delegates, young geographers, participants from geography and other disciplines. At the beginning of winter, I have to start with that warm welcome, not the pleasant winter. And actually we are sweating here. And the common form is that why then everybody will answer it is the climate change. And we are experiencing, that means the depression in the December, and we are facing the hazards. And so you have to go for sustainable development, and all those buzzwords are actually we are issuing in seminar for that means the last 2 or 3 decades. Maybe that maybe that by that way, we have achieved something, but the quantum of pollution or the increasing rate of temperature or the increasing hazards, there is no such sign of decreasing trend, for which we are actually planning for a sustainable development. This war, actually for the first time, in a historical sense, that it was used some way by Aristotle. But in our civilization, for the first time, it comes to our, that means the academic arena, in 1971 by the Cocoa Conference. And its developed form as the academics, popular action, and also the research wing. It was introduced basically from the Rio 1992 after the Birdland Commission report. And thereafter, more than 3.5 decades, we are actually talking about sustainable development. So my title is Investigating the Spectrum of Sustainability through the Linguistic Framework of Wittgenstein. So that means the many things are actually, many aspects are actually highlighted in the sustainable development. So why I have used this particular terminology, that means with a scientist statement, the Wittgenstein. And that I will explain. And next. So regarding sustainability, actually why are we eschewing sustainability? Perhaps we are afraid of our existence. So when we are actually afraid of our existence, then we are thinking that we have to save our Mother Earth. In the beginning ceremony today, actually the plant was water in the symbol to save our Mother Earth. And so that means this sustainability, the concept has appeared from a negative sense that we are feeling there is some non-sustainability of the human civilization. And here the point is that next. So in terms of the sustainability, what I would look to say, I would quote the word of Sarah Chandra Lele. That means it is a metafix. That means it is not a fixed one, beyond the fixity. That means to a first worlder, the sustainability is something different. To a third worlder, the sustainability is different. To a farmer, the sustainability is different than that of an agricultural scientist. To a businessman, the sustainability is different to that of a small shopkeeper in the village area. And so, our 1-point program is there regarding sustainability, that we have to make this earth habitable at least up to 2100. This is our main program. That up to 2100, we have to register, arrest our temperature change up to 2050 up to 1.5, and then up to 2100. It is better to restrict it within the 2 degrees centigrade. That means the increase of the temperature starting from 1800, that is the beginning of the industrial revolution. Now the point is that our 1-point program, that means goals, regarding the sustainability goal, that means 1-point program, that এই পৃথিবীকে শিশুর বাসযোগ্য করে যাব আমি নবজাতকের কাছে আমার দৃঢ় অঙ্গীকার. That means keeping our economic growth, we have to make this earth habitable. That is the bandwagon slogan of the sustainability. But the aims are different. What I have said, the sustainability to the first worlder and the sustainability to the third worlder, it is something different. And in that context, I am using some sort of concept of the Wittgenstein. Next. Actually, we live in the world of perception. With a human being, not actually live like the other animals, but we live in the perception. But if there is some defect in the perception, then it will create some sort of huge problems. And by that way, actually, we are facing the problem, and we are designing our sustainability spectrum in terms of SDG 2030, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, and more than 450 or more than 450 that means the sub-points are there to achieve this sustainability. So in that context, what I would like to say, emergency So in that sense, I would like to, that means it can be introduced by the Kantian philosophy of factual statement or the evaluative statement, but here I would like to introduce by the idea of Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus of the Wittgenstein. At the age of 22 or 23 years, he said his, that means guru or the teacher, Bertrand Russell, that I have solved all the philosophical problems. What kind of problems? The problems is that he made only, in his lifetime, he wrote only one book, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. And it is actually based on 7, that means the propositions. And in one sense, he actually contradicted his teacher. That means Bertrand Russell had the idea that all the facts cannot be explained with the, that means the molecular statement or the molecular atomic proposition. But Wittgenstein said that no, all the propositions can be explained by the, in that way Bertrand Russell said that totality is, that means the sum of the fragments cannot make the totality. But actually Wittgenstein said that if we are able to open properly the molecular statement into some, atomic statement or the atomic proposition to the molecular proposition to a simple statement, and the simple statement to that of the compound statement, then the reality can be explained, and he expressed it as a picture theory. And that means, and the world is not the full of objects, but the full of facts. And what we are actually thinking, we are not actually totally expressing that kind of idea. That one sort of portion is actually expressed, which is expressed in language. So if the language is open in a proper way, then the real truth will come out. But if the language is not open in a proper way, the real truth or the reality will not come out. And so if the reality will not come out in a proper way, then we have to face the falsification. That was basically consideration, and in that sense, he said, next. 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 Okay. So, in that sense, he said that the statement can be stated as two types of statement. What is? One is the, that means the sensual statement, and another is the nonsensual statement, or sense and nonsense. Basically, the statement he actually derived as the sense and the nonsense. That means, if the fact is properly explained by the linguistic game, then a sensual statement is actually developed. And if the fact of the reality is not expressed by the proper linguistic statement or linguistic game, then it is a nonsense statement. And in that context, actually, I am modifying this term in terms of the deep sense, common sense, and the nonsensical statement. Three types of statement, that means what I have said, that sustainability is not a metaphysics. It depends on your framework on which you are actually building the sustainability. So if it is properly open, then it is a better sustainability. If it is not properly open, then it is a medium type of sustainability. And if it is actually open in a wrong way, then it is non-sustainable. Next. And in that way, I have stated that basically the metaphysics. Next. So here, actually to express these three types of sustainability is my concern, and I think within coming 5 minutes, I will be able to end up. That means in our knowledge world, I think personally, that means the threshold, the limit, and the critical limit seems to be very, very much important. A threshold is one when the event is actually started. And in event, it cannot be actually extended up to uncertain limit. There should be some sort of limit. And if it actually crosses the critical limit, it leads to some sort of problem. That means if the degradation crosses the critical limit, it becomes contamination of the pollution. And in that sense, if it crosses the sustainability spectrum, it becomes non-sustainable. And while we are actually experiencing this non-sustainability in terms of the increasing hazards, disasters, pollution, and so on, then we are actually thinking about that we have to plan for the sustainability. So limit function, x tends to c equals to c, I have divided it into 3 types. C plus, that means the Talcott-Parsons, it is known as the effectively positive, C plus. That means when actually the proper sustainability is developed. And C0 is effectively neutral. In Talcott-Parsons, that type of achievement of goals are there, effectively neutral. And C minus, it is effectively negative. And here I am taking 3 types of community as the representative of this, that means the C plus as the Bishnoi community, C0 as the Sober community, and the C minus, that means our popular civilization. Next. So that I have framed the sustainability spectrum. The one, sustainability, strong sustainability, sustainability 2, strong sustainability, ecological ethics of the Bishnoi community. And sustainability 1 that I have mentioned, that is the C0, the sustainability ill-defined, ecological foragers of the Sober community. And sustainability 3, that is the, that means the, I want to put here the popular development, which is a false notion in terms of, that means the, in terms of the, keeping the health of the Mother Earth. Keeping in that frame of reference, it is a false statement. Our popular economic growth, maybe it may be developed. Next. So here, actually, one thing is that if we rely on sustainability, that means C plus, we have to consume less, because more consumption leads to the more depletion of resources and more pollution and more hazards, and ultimately it leads to the death of the earth. And the next one seems to be the, this is the popular one, that means we are consuming huge amount of resources, and in that way, the natural and natural resources, which is aggregated one, actually we are segregating it. That means the iron ore is segregated into iron and the slags. And we are taking the iron, the good fruits are actually enjoyed by the human being, and the bad fruits are thrown into the nature. As if the mother will actually experience all sorts of odds, and we the human being will enjoy all the things. Next. Next. So, that is the C plus, that means when that means the reality is explained in a better way with the language game. That means we have to keep pace with the economic development, but not at the cost of the environment. And the Bishnoi community, this is a community in Rajasthan. There are so other tribal communities, or the communities of the communities are found, which is known as the ecological man. They are found, but I have represented it from the Indian context as the Bishnoi community. They believe on 29 principles, and the Jambeshwar Singh, I have added the photo of the Jambeshwar ji during the time of Chaitanya, Nanak and Kabir. And 29 principles, 9 seems to be environmental, 9 seems to be, that means the social, and 12 principles are actually spiritual. And by that spiritual achievement, they never tell a lie. Not normally, they never tell a lie. Telling lie is the most sinful activity. They never kill, that means the animal. They are always that means the basically the vegetarian. And what I was astonished that they said we have no crisis in our society. They are actually leading that means the very simple life. But they said there is no such crisis in our society. And they practice eco-farming. What kind of eco-farming? That this plot will be used for wheat this year, but for the mustard for the next year, and the pulses for the next year. They alter the plot. And in that way, they are actually maintaining the fertility of the soil, which is known as the eco-agriculture. They are actually practicing. Next. So this is the agricultural perspective. Next. Next. Sober community, yeah. Sober community, I would like to represent as the C0. That means they have no such wider knowledge, but they are not doing anything which is harmful for the nature. Even 100 years ago, they were basically the food gatherers or the collectors, and even they have no such land. They only cultivate the land of the other people and lead a very simple life. And by that way, whether the temperature is increasing or the decreasing of the earth, there is no such problem to them. That means they are effectively neutral. Now coming to the next. So those are basically sober community evolution. They have come from basically Tibetan plateau, and ultimately they are settled basically in Purulia, Bankura, Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. Skip all those things, time is short. Those are basically related to Sobor, how they have evolved. It is a research program from which I have actually conceptualized this data. Next. So this is the life of the Sobor. How simple is the life? Even today, if you go to the Bandhavan, you will be able to observe this type of life. They are not actually harming the nature. And at the same time, they are not modifying the nature also. They have no such, that means, idea of do's and don'ts, how to, what should be done for the betterment of the environment in that way. Next. Yeah, this one, no, previous one. Now the RL tragedy. That means, actually the Soviet Russia was formed in 1970s. And thereafter, they blocked the Sirdoria and the Amudoria and usurped the river water for the, that means the green revolution in the surrounding region, by which actually Ukraine became the wheat basket of the Europe. In that way, what was the point of that? That means during the 1940s and the 50s, actually they completed, yes, 2 minutes. During the 40s, they actually completed all those programs, and thereafter for the last 75 years, they are actually usurping the water. And ultimately, that means in the 1989 to 2008, what amount of decrease of area of RLC? Next. And this is the last figure. Only 12 to 15% area is actually enriched with water. 88% of the area is now covered by the sand. It has transformed into cold desert. From a water body, it has transformed into cold desert. That is the effectively negative. And I am not stating not the new one. It has already been stated. It is the old wine in a new bottle. Around 150 years ago, Oscar Wilde wrote the Selfish Giant. We thought that this garden is ours. Not for the, we will not allow the river to flow. We will not allow the forest to grow. We will not allow the sea to, that means advance of the retreat. And in that way, we command over the river. We command over the lakes. And in that way, it has come to a, that means the deathbed of the civilization, like the RLC, that is the tragedy for which we are actually searching for the last 3 and 5 decades, sustainable development, and sustainable development. But still, that means the pace has been arrested to some way, but the gigantic appearance of the pollution or the degradation, it is still continued. I do not know what is the right path unless and until we follow the ethics of the Bishnoi, which was once again raised by Arne Naess in 1972, 8 principles for the safekeeping of the earth. So the last one, I would like to say once again, এই পৃথিবীকে শিশুর বাসযোগ্য করে যাব আমি নবজাতকের কাছে দৃঢ় অঙ্গীকার. If we follow the principle, then it will be, otherwise the earth will be, our development will be non-sustainable. Thank you for your patience, and maybe that I have created debate, but if it is debatable, then I will be very pleased. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sanat Kumar Guchai. So, your paper also very good one, and basically, this is one kind of what I think and remember, that is the behavioral sustainability. Not only sustainability, this is also behavioral sustainability, and also the scientific behavioral sustainability, that how we can actually go for the perception about the sustainability. Okay? So, of course, your lecture is also interactive as well as the empirical one, and I think if we have the clear perception and we can go for model building, because in behavioral approach in, it is really difficult to study the individual behavior because the behavioral aspect do not actually concentrate on the group ideology. So anyway, if we can go for model building about this behavioral sustainability, that will ultimately be beneficial our society, our environment will be solved, and that will be the right path for making the sustainable art. Thank you. So, thank you organizers for giving me a chance to chair this technical Keynote session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for making this complicated topic in more simplified way and giving the lecture to all the participants. I hope the participant has immensely benefited from this lecture. Thank you, Professor Gusit, for your fascinating presentation. Your innovative approaches to sustainability through Wittgenstein framework has broadened our understanding of this complex subject. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ranjan Roy for chairing this session, and Professor Devendra Kumar Roy for your valuable insight and for enlightening us. Thank you so much. Now we have another session, plenary session 4. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now we proceed to another plenary session 4. We now begin plenary session 4, focus on innovative approaches for sustainable development and urban resilience. This session explores critical challenges and innovative strategies for rural and urban sustainability. The session will be chaired by the distinguished Professor Narayan Chandra Jinha, Professor in the Department of Geography, University of Bardhaman. Professor Jinha's expertise in rural and urban planning makes him an excellent guide for these sessions. We invite you to the stage, sir. Please. Our first speaker is Professor Ajizur Rahman Siddiqui, Professor in the Department of Geography, University of Allahabad, Prayagraj, Uttar Pradesh. His talk title, Formulations of Elements of Sustainable Rural Development, Planning and Prospects of Development of Village Information System with reference to Viksit Bharat 2047. We'll offer our roadmap for advancing rural development and creating resilient communities. Professor Siddiqui, we invite you to the stage to share your valuable insight. Please join us in welcoming him with big round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. This is a very general topic because India lives in villages. And we have different environment system. Take an example of plain environment, which covers 43.2% geographical area. Desert environment, coastal environment, mountain environment, hill environments. And when you see the website of Government of India, you will find there are around 6,60,000 villages are there. But now I can cite the example of Uttar Pradesh, and only UP is having, I think, 110,406 villages in Uttar Pradesh.
Now the problem arises in the dimension of rural development planning.
Sorry to say, we have our next speaker, Professor Min Bahadur Paudel Chetri, IPP and Executive Director of the Nepal Center for Disaster Management. His talk titled Floods and Landslide in Kaveri and Kathmandu Valley, Unplanned Urbanizations and Climate Risks, unveiled on 28th September 2024, will address the intersection of urbanizations, climate risks, and disaster management in Nepal. Professor Chetri, we invite you to share your expertise on this stage. Please carry on, sir.
No problem. So as I already mentioned, we have very diverse variations in the topography in terms of deviation in population distribution, in terms of deviation in agro-meteorological conditions. So we have to develop a village information system. My recommendation of paper is to develop a village information system in order to get information related to village areas. Because 20% if 17-18% population are residing in Uttar Pradesh and having 110,400 villages. So what will be the model? Because we are having, there are several approaches to study development, because definition of development is the process of economic growth and social change. And there is the issue of social transformation also. So we have highlighted some pertinent issues related to rural development planning. Please go ahead. Slide. So there are certain important aspects in terms of different diverse regions of India. In Rajasthan, situation is different. In coastal area, situation is different. These are the important issues where we have to think about the making a village information system on website to get information on the basis of these variations. Next. So these are the terrestrial environment scenario, and we have to identify how many villages are located in what is, because geography is the study of locations. Next. So now, as Professor was talking about the issue of sustainability, we are having different types challenges, and challenges varies from area to area and from location to location. But nowadays we are consulting a document related to very common objectives and goals. So we have to identify the issues related to the further local area. In the similar type of region, there are variations. Take an example of Prayagraj districts. And Prayagraj district is located in Gangetic Plain. But in the same city, there are having a lot of variation in terms of agricultural conditions. And southern part of Prayagraj district is having, there is an issue of topographic variations are there. And the northern part of Prayagraj is different and southern part of it is different. So we have to identify the micro level study, and we have to give emphasis to the micro level study for the monitoring and mapping of these aspects is very difficult. The role of geographer is to prepare a map, but there is the issue of monitoring, not the making of map, because map is changing every day. So next. So when you will go and we'll review the work related to the rural development planning, and we'll cite the many definition like use of collective intelligence, regional planning is a technique. Your theoretical aspect you will get. But at the micro level, if there is a need to give information of the website, because our government is talking about making the map of capability of every region. During Corona period, you might be having information because the flow of mobility of population from South India to North India. And North India is, I think, most suitable geographical condition in entire world. But why the mobility of population was from South India to North India. And there was a problem of population. There was no data related to migration and mobility, and why population diverted towards different regions of India. Now, next, please. Now, this it started from 1981, the Suren Kumar Day. I would like to quote the name Suren Kumar Day vision regarding the development of rural planning areas. And you can review the work of Suren Kumar De. In the geography domain, nobody is going to quote the Suren Kumar De. But when you review the documents related to a publication of related to Suren Kumar De, and he was a Union Cabinet Minister, and he mentioned that the fruit of democracy ought to reach in every village. So village is the unit of study. And I'm quoting this statement because this is very important quotation. Fruit of democracy ought to reach every village. But we will find the diversity in village. But there is no information related to village. So our government is giving the major project to different scientific agencies to develop the village information system. Next. Next, I'm not going to make mentioning about the agropolitan city or rural township, but I have already mentioned about deviation in the planning study related to the rural township. But there is a need to think about the agropolitan city, and there are linkages between different settlement centers. So there is need to review the vision of our pioneering scholars who have already mentioned. After independence, you will find there are a lot of programs related to development, rural development planning. Next. These are the, you will see this thing in regional books of regional planning. Already these are there, but in general way. Next. Next. But back. Now this you see, every paper, you will find the vision of the Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore ji, that rural reference to rural development planning. There is need to synthesis of liberalism, Marxism, and Gandhism. But model of rural development based on a synthesis of liberalism, Marxism, and Gandhism. But in practice, is it there or not? Please, next. So these are the important aspects. I'm not going to deviate because I already mentioned that there is a dichotomy between the development of what model should be adopted, whether it is urban-centric approach should be adopted or rural development should be adopted. Our former president, APJ Kalam, already mentioned and Pura concept, but now you see, next. This is the scenario. I had mentioned Uttar Pradesh is having 110,274 villages, 20% villages of India. So there is a dichotomy and issues and challenges of Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. I think 20% burden of the country, 20 for the sustainability of 17% population of India. So we should look what are the situation of villages and how settlements are distributed in in different terrestrial environment system. Next. This is the dichotomy. Next. I'm not talking. These are the, everybody is talking about the 17 goals of sustainable development goals. But in this slide, you'll find every aspect for researcher and those who are doing PhD. In every aspect, you can publish a research paper, and every aspect is pertinent, but you will not find any information on website of any state. And we have to develop a strategy and regarding the agricultural, including agricultural extension programs, land improvement, land reform, land conservation, watershed management, minor forest produce, rural housing, fisheries, drinking water, fuel and fodder, small scale. And not, you will find every website related to disaster management, related to other information, but you will not find related to actual data, what government is doing in which villages, in which villages. There are many cities in Uttar Pradesh, Pratapgarh, Hamirpur, Fatehpur, and many small cities are there, but you will not find relevant information and relevant data related to the rural development planning strategies of Government of India. Only compilation of Uttar Pradesh data you will find, but at micro level, there is a lack of information. That's why I have highlighted these aspects is very important in the age of digital era. This information must be there regarding the mapping and monitoring of these component. Next. Transport and communication, rural electrification, non-conventional energy, every aspect, those who are doing research in the field of human geography, everybody in every conference, generally scholars are talking about sustainable development goals. But when you will go to rural area and you will not found what is the status of this Kaushal Vikas Yojana or skill mapping or competency mapping, nobody can tell in what is the situation of labor, what is the situation of Manrega, and what is the situation of village information is lacking in the government website. So every aspect, health and sanitation, family planning, welfare, women child development, social welfare, weaker section, public distribution system, maintenance of community assets. And just this should be updated on website of any state or any districts or any block or any tehsils. Because this is the age of information, and generally our researchers are doing researches with the help of machine learning, computer, remote sensing and GIS, and sometimes it is very difficult to correlate data which have been processed by the remote sensing data, satellite drive data, and which have been taken from the website. Take an example of land use, land cover and population characteristics data. And when you will correlate data of satellite process data with ancillary data, it can never be correlated. What is given in the ancillary data and what you have find out through the process of remote sensing data. Next. So these are the, I have identified, these are the issues and which should be updated in every state, in every district, in every block and tehsil at the hierarchy level and related to the present status, and this should be updated every year or within, with reference to the census, primary census of that particular area. So skill development and educational training program is very important aspect. Non-conventional energy source, every time from Indian Council of Social Science Research, in these aspects they are sanctioning major project, but not any information is given. And generally scholars are talking about the sustainable development goals, but there is need to identify all these aspects at micro level, like poverty reduction program, what type of programs are, what is the status of the schools, and what is the technological ability of any particular village, and finance and banking network, toilet sanitation, development of health facilities are. So these are the aspects for researcher, where in every aspect you can publish a research paper, because in the next session, and there will be panel discussion on the digital work and the complement and conflict with the digital era with the traditional work. So this is the, my observation is to work at micro level. The general objectives and general goals are not relevant. Sometimes in the same village or same tehsil or same blocks, there are a lot of variation, and we have to identify these variations. Next. 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 These are the general things which is already you are all are having, and now India's indigenous knowledge system and technological ecological integration of objective function. These are general things. I'm not going to explain, but we have to review the program, because after independence, from 1952, we are government of India already launched different program for the rural development planning, but there is need to review all those programs which have been done by previous government. Because in literature, in film, everybody has observed. When you talking about the planning commission in 1953, there was a film made by Indian cinema, Bollywood, Bimal Rai, Do Bigha Zameen. When you go in 1973, there is a film of Gharonda. उसमें भी आप सुनेंगे कि दो दीवाने शहर में ढूंढते हैं आप दाना आशियाना. In 1973, there was a problem of housing, urban housing. 50 years back, there was a problem of inadequacy of housing in urban areas. In 1978, सीने में जलन, आँखों में तूफान सा क्यों है, इस शहर में हर शख्स परेशान सा क्यों है. तो 50 years back, there was a problem of unemployment, and 75 years back, there was a problem of rural landlessness and rural debt. So in America, Professor Sudhir Thakur is working on rural depth in 2024. So 75 years back, there was a problem of rural depth. So every time we have to review the programs launched by Indian government, then we have to make a constructive plan at micro level. So we have to identify several elements, formulation of elements on the basis of different terrestrial environment in terms of desert area, in terms of coastal area, hill area, mountain area, and plain area. Then we can identify a problem of rural areas. Thank you very much.
WhatsApp. So that I was expecting that Professor Siddiqui will end his lecture by Sher and Shairi. So that expectation has been fulfilled. Actually, he has pointed out the Gandhian philosophy of rural development and clearly mentioned the Kalam Sahab's vision. India can be recognized through its villages, and each and every government, who may be in the power, irrespective of any political party, they are emphasizing the development of rural areas, and they have their own vision. Because still, nearly 70% of the people, they live in rural areas, and now that momentum has already been created by the last 3-4 government to strengthen the economy of the rural areas. And definitely the latest vision which has been left by late Professor Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in providing urban amenities to rural areas so that rural depopulation can be prevented. And actually, I am dead against, no more urbanization. People should live in the rural areas because on one hand, we are talking about the sustainability, and on the other hand, urban areas are increasing, which is giving the worst consequences on the environment. The glaring instance we have just witnessed, the corona pandemic. So thank you very much, Professor Siddiqui, for your information. And so many state governments, they are now giving more emphasis on the rural information system. Some of the provincial government, they have come forward, and still much work has to be done by the other state provincial government. Thank you very much. So next, I am inviting Professor Meena Bahadur Paudial Chetri, Executive Director, Nepal Center for Disaster Management, to start his deliberation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Namaste and good afternoon, professors, students, ladies and gentlemen. Please show my slides. First of all, I will show you a brief video, and then I will show my presentation slides. This is regarding 28th September 2024 floods and landslides in Kathmandu Valley and nearby. Yeah, this is not very far from the capital city. This is just 20-30 kilometers, and it happened because people, they encroach the river banks, and it happens. So I have more videos. If I'll have time, then I will show again. Please go to the slides, main slides. So before I begin, I would like to express my kind gratitude and sincere thanks to the organizer of this wonderful conference, particularly to Dr.JayantaDas and organizing secretary and others involved directly or indirectly. And yeah, we are well taken care here. Okay, next slide, please. This is the, please go back. Yeah, this is the picture of Kathmandu Valley. You see, this is the river, in the summer. Next. So this is the title of my presentation, and this is a river somewhere in western part of Nepal. This is the confluence of two rivers. Yeah, and this small town is in the verge of collapse anytime. Yeah, next. Yeah, I already mentioned about this. Next. This is the content. I think I don't need to explain. Next. So, we all know that most countries, almost all countries in the world, except few, very few, climate change, variable geoclimatic conditions, young geology, unplanned settlements, desertification, drought, deforestation, environmental degradation, and increasing population. These are the main problems. And climate change, of course, is a hot cake all the time. Next. So, if we see the data of 2023 developed by the Center for Research on Epidemiology and Disasters, CRED, in Brussels, they collect data from all over the world. And according to their database, last year in 2023, a total of 399 disasters related to natural hazards occurred in the whole world. And those disasters caused 86,473 fatalities. So many people died and affected 93.1 million people. And the economic loss is total to US dollar 202.7 billion. It was a very grave situation. Next. So when we talk about the trend of disasters, then this is very different between developed nations and developing countries, because whenever there is disaster, then human life loss is minimum in developed nations, whereas in developing nations like ours, human life loss is quite high because of the lack of preparedness and because of the poor construction of the houses and so on and so forth. Next. So these are the very critical questions which we have to take into account. Why the problems of floods and landslides are increasing? What are the major causes of floods and landslides? What should the major stakeholders, like city mayors, policymakers, planners, etc., they should do? And actually, we know the problem. We also know the solution, but we don't act. That is the problem. Next. So I'm focusing more on floods and landslides because there are many disasters in Nepal and other countries. These floods and landslides which occurred in our country and other countries also, because I just mentioned about the developed nations and developing nations, but see, in Valencia region of Spain, also in, it was in November, I guess, more than 250 people died, because they also have the problem of urban planning now, because they planned for maybe 50, 60 years in earlier times, but now it is causing problem because of the population increase and other things. So, now go back. And as we know, the flood, not only floods and landslides, but also all kinds of disasters, they have transboundary impacts. Sometimes, some years before, I remember when there was a typhoon Hudhud in Pakistan, then 22 people died in Nepal, you see. So, the weather condition of a given country impacts the other country. And whenever we have floods and landslides in Nepal, then the impact goes to India and Bangladesh also. And it is happening each and every year. So you can see all these cities, New York, Brisbane, Bangkok, Dhaka, Dresden, there are many cities, you see, they are at the risk of flooding and inundation because these cities are either on the bank of the river or on the seashore. So in such a way, floods and landslides are emerging risks that pose significant threats worldwide. Next. So this is the major issue, as we all know. Yeah. Yeah, this is a road accident, you see, actually man-made. Okay, what happened on 20th September is that there was very heavy rainfall. You see, in one part, it was more than 600 millimeter. And in Kathmandu Valley also, it was 250 to 350, very intense rainfall. And it affected thousands of households and displaced numerous communities and people throughout the region, in that region. And the rivers were swollen, were over. You see, they extract materials from the river, boulders and gravels and sands, so on and so forth. So that was the main reason of flooding, you see, main reason. And the government is responsible for that. Next. And here. And the name of this river is Melamchi river, not Melamchi, it is Kabre river, a small river. But during winter season, it's a very small. But in summer season, it's like this because people encroach. That is the problem. Next. So this is what happens in the city after heavy rainfall. Next. So this is in Lalitpur district, adjacent to Kathmandu district, very nearby of Kathmandu city. And this river also is very small, but this summer, because of the heavy rainfall, it happened like this. Next. So you can see this guy. This is also another very small river. Is called Hanumante River. You can hardly see any water during winter season, but in summer it happens like this. That is because of human activities, you see, because of encroaching the river bed and because of poor construction practices. Next. So this is a highway from Bhaktapur city to Kathmandu, and it happens in each and every year, you see, in the summer, whenever there is a heavy rainfall because of poor drainage. And this is Biratnagar. I think it's 400-500 kilometers east from Kathmandu. In the rainy season, it also happens like this. Next. And this is towards the west of Kathmandu. And in the summer season, because of heavy rainfall, these kinds of bridges collapses. And this is also poor engineering. You see, the engineers, they don't consider the heavy rainfall, and then they build bridges like that and are swept away in the event of disasters. And this is also another river, and this is also another river in the west side of Nepal. And this is again the same river I showed you earlier, and the houses, many houses, I think more than 150 houses were fell like this. Yeah, this is in the western part of Nepal, and whenever there is heavy rainfall, then it happens, land and soil erosion. And this is Melamchi River, I mentioned earlier. No, go back. It was in 2021. And here also you can see the houses. They are just not only on the bank of the river, but rather in the middle of river. You can see those houses over there. And all were swept away due to this heavy rainfall. Next. So these are the main causes of floods and landslides, as you can see here, natural and human-induced, and rapid urbanization and growing population, and slum areas I showed you in earlier picture. Actually, 20-25 years before, there were no slums in Kathmandu Valley. After that, whenever we had democracy, actually, in 1990, after that, because of the political situation, these slum areas were becoming rampant. And whenever the government tries to remove them, then some political parties, they back up them because they create the vote bank from the people living in those slum areas, and the problem is always there. And as I mentioned, non-engineered and poor construction practices without considering the flood risk, not only flood, but also earthquake and other disasters, it happens. And lack or inappropriate drainage, waterlogging due to inadequate urban planning and encroachment on natural water channel. And what the government did in Kathmandu Valley, in the rivers, there are many rivers, but there are 3 major rivers in Kathmandu Valley. And the engineers, they constructed roads on the 2 sides of the rivers without considering their rainy season. So that is why whenever there is a heavy rainfall, then it overflows. Lack of preparedness, of course, is a major problem all the time in all disasters, and poor maintenance of structures, and river encroachment, I mentioned several times, and poor waste management, poor maintenance of infrastructures, waterlogging, etc. These are the causes, and extraction of natural resources. I showed you one picture earlier. That is happening in almost all rivers in Nepal. Next. So, as we know, who are mostly affected? Yeah, poor, marginalized people, elderly persons, women, children, and physically challenged people are, and also scheduled caste people are affected due to these kinds of disasters. And according to the International Federation of Red Cross, this is a world study, they have found that half of the world's population live in urban areas, with 2/3 of this in low to middle income nations. Maybe now it is more than 50%. Next. So these are the cross-cutting issues. Number one is weak community preparedness capacities for effective response. We have enough budget and enough rules and regulations, but we don't spend for the enhancement of community preparedness. That is the main problem. And undeveloped early warning system and low level of public awareness is there, and very weak, poor and corrupt governance is there. And from department to department, you see they shift the responsibility. When a bridge collapses, then one department shows to the another department, another department shows to the another department, and it takes time to reconstruct. And there is no accountability among the government and non-government agencies, and there is wrong approach, and there is no long-term vision. And of course, resource and institutional constraints is another major problem. Next. So we have Disaster Management Act, rules, regulations, frameworks, action plan, everything is there. But disaster risk reduction is not in the priority of government. Why it is not in the priority of the government is that there is no powerful body which can direct, which can instruct all DRR related agencies. There is one authority, and Ministry of Home Affairs is there, but their instruction, their guidance, and their circulation sometimes is undermined by other departments and agencies. That is why we need a constitutional body which is headed by the Prime Minister, I mean supervised by the Prime Minister and headed by the at least minister level person. That is what we need. So this is not so far not in the priority of the government. So we have all kinds of legislation, as I mentioned, but the implementation part is poor, and poor quality of construction I already mentioned, and good planning but poor implementation, and managerial weaknesses compounded by dearth of funds, lack of funds and resources, lack of technological advancement, and weak database and know-how. We don't have a real-time database system, so that is another problem, and of course, lack of political commitment. Next. So we still have the reactive approach. Probably in many countries, reactive approach is there, because when the government acts during the time of disasters, then it will be seen, it will be assessed by the people, and they can create vote bank. But most governments, particularly in developing countries, they don't invest for preparedness, and they don't invest in rehabilitation and reconstruction, and preparedness part is very, very weak. So we have disaster management policies and legal tools, but some of them are proactive, but some of them are not proactive. And of course, urbanization is very rapid, but it is unplanned. And nowadays we talk about space technology, about Earth observation, but we don't have our own satellite, so that is why we are not being able to utilize it totally. Again, climate change. And next. Okay. Inherent challenges in existing disaster management systems is very well known, and inadequate coordination. Yeah, we always talk about coordination. Everybody talks about coordination, but no one wants to be coordinated. That is the problem. And data, I already mentioned, and resource constraints, I already mentioned. Next. So what we need is that we have to work to build sustainable hardwares and non-structural software measures, including the legal tools. And we have to carry out coping and adaptive measures, and capacity should be enhanced, capacity of the community from bottom, we have to take bottom-up approach for this. And people have the risk-taking behavior, and it should be abandoned, because still people who live in remote, rural and hilly areas, they think that disasters are an act of God. It happens. We cannot stop it. So that kind of perception still some people have, and that is causing the problem. Yeah, in city areas, of course, I have repeatedly mentioned that drainage system is poor. It needs to be enhanced. Next. Yeah. So to solve the problem of floods and landslides, these are the major steps we have to take immediately. We have to identify the source, types, and frequency of flooding, and we have to know the risk, hazard exposure, and vulnerability, and develop land use planning. We have acts, regulations, but needs to be implemented efficiently. And we have to restrict building in vulnerable areas, river banks and other slope areas, and we have to manage erosion and increasing permeability of urban areas. And emergency response planning is highly desirable, and we have to maintain natural ecosystem by adopting flood storage system, regenerating.
Sir, wind up.
Oh, okay. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the major players, policymakers, water management practitioners, urban planners, hydraulic engineers, risk modelers, financial experts, and other technical specialists. Next. This is the way forward. I think I don't need to explain it. Next. Yeah, this is the conclusion. Yeah, these recent floods and landslides have taught us the lesson, but we have to realize it. Next. So there is a very famous Chinese proverb, maybe you have already heard it. If you give a fish to a person who needs it, then he will eat for 1 day. But if you teach him how to fish, then he will eat forever. This is very good proverb. Next. And I would like to quote here to Bill Gates and Mahatma Gandhi. Bill Gates has said that the future is always full of surprise. There are no surprises in the past, but there are lessons. It implies to disaster management also. And Mahatma Gandhiji, long ago, he said, the earth has enough to fulfill human needs, but not enough to fulfill our greed. So that is why people are encouraging the river banks, and people have greedy nature, and they are paying the cost. So this is a very high time for us to move from policy to action, reactive to proactive. Next. And even if we have a very good policy, it doesn't work. So bad implementation of good policy is bad policy. Next. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chetri, for take us to Nepal situation. I mean, you have highlighted the recent landslides and flood problems. Basically, the South Asian countries, they're engulfed with so many disasters, and everybody knows, as you are the director of Nepal Center for Disaster Management, I mean, there is a SARC Disaster Management Center, SDMC, I mean, which has been established in 2006 for collaboration and dissemination of information on disaster management between the SARC countries. So this is a remarkable step for disaster management, and all of us know that Nepal is suffered a lot by earthquake and the flood. And in your lecture, you have mentioned that the political commitment you would not find in any country, whether in Nepal, in Bangladesh, in India. So there is lack of political commitment and the awareness of the stakeholders, because ultimately there is enough for fulfillment of human need and not enough to fulfill our human greed. So this aspiration has now become greed. So we have to be aware, I mean the stakeholders are to be aware for to build their resilience, and definitely from this awareness and
will get rid of the disaster management, because you know, where population is increasing, as Professor Ranjan Roy has pointed out, that where population is increasing, what can we do? The magnitude and frequency of disasters, not merely in South Asian countries, but all over the world will be increased. So we have to reduce the risk as much as possible by the proper implementation of policy through the, there should be a commitment from the administrative machinery and from the political parties. So thank you, Professor Chetri, for your illuminating lecture. And now over to the organizer.
We extend our gratitude to Professor Narayan Chandra Jena for chairing these sessions and guiding this important discussion. Thank you, Professor Chetri, for your impactful talk. Your insight into the challenges of unplanned urbanization and climate risks have provided valuable lessons for urban resilience.
Sir, Professor Ranjan sir, please, I would like to invite you at the stage for felicitation. Please, sir.
Thank you, Professor Siddiqui, for your enlightening presentation. Your vision for rural development and the role of village information system is truly inspiring. Now, I would like to invite to the stage Professor Ranjan Roy for the felicitation, and Professor Devendra Kumar Naik, Professor Sanat Kumar Gutsai for the felicitations. I would also like to invite convener of this event for the felicitation with the token of memento. Let's give a big round of applause to our chairperson and speakers. Thank you so much, Chairman of the sessions and panelists, for the wonderful session. Now we have a special lecture by Dr. H.R. Biswas, Scientist of Indian Meteorological Department. I would like to invite you to the stage. Okay, for this session, chairperson is Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay. I would also like to invite you to this stage. Thank you so much, sir. আছে। Now, I would like to invite Dr. H.R. Vishwas, Scientist of Indian Meteorological Department, for the special talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and distinguished guest and present audience. So, actually, I am from our India Meteorological Department, working with early warning systems in disaster management events. So, my talk will be on informative type, that extreme weather events and sustainable development. Next. So, if we recall that our UN legislation, that there are number of goals set by our UN that for the sustainable goals. So, science, we know that they plays critical role in improving global well-being as well as the solution for challenges facing we day to day, even in our daily life, even in natures everywhere. So, the global science, which involves collaboration between scientists and researchers from around the world, has potential to accelerate this progress towards the achievement of these goals. If we see this, our all set goals, one of the main point is sustainable development goals towards climate actions. And this is the now globally one of the major challenge. And if we see other goals also, it is interrelated and anyway dependent on our weather and climate sciences. So here, climate actions, there are many work is going on, but here, due to that, what is happening and what we have to do, that little bit will touch for the sustainable development. What way? Because the natural disasters cannot be stopped, or it can be due to that we can mitigate its impact. So how to that mitigation has to be done, and what are the way forward? That one of the point is our early warning system that we will talk, the extreme weather events. Next. So if we see the worldwide, the main extreme weather events are the thunderstorms, heavy rain or dry spell, extreme temperatures, fog and cyclones. So these are the main weather events, extreme events, and associated hazards, because any disaster management have the three components. One is hazards, and another is the exposure condition and what is the vulnerability of this exposure. If we know in these three parameters, if we study it and well established DRR, disaster response, we can, if we set up, then our sustainable development goals, whatever set in, that can be achieved in some extent. So here with the thunderstorms, there are lightning, sudden high winds, intense spell of rains. So these are the associated weather, associated hazards you can say. Thunderstorm is the weather events and associated hazards, this one. If we see that, nowadays, one of the major killing event, human being killing event is lightning. If we see in our India, there are about more than thousands people every year, even more than 2,000 people every year killing by our lightning events, so lightning hazards. And in eastern India, if we see that our West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, as well as Odisha and northeastern states. This is the most prone that in our region we are calling it as a Kalboishakhi. So due to that, lightning also happening and major killing event in that, and heavy rain and our dry spell. Previous speakers about the Nepal events has discussed that about how heavy rains causes disasters in different parts of the world. And dry spells also it is very much needed, because if we see that one of the goal point, one is the reduction of poverty. So that for that we need our foods, daily foods. So if we continuous dry spell is continuing, then our agriculture sector will be much impacted and our productivity will be less. So that's why dry spell has to be reduced. So extreme temperature then, heat wave and cold wave, these are the two hazards. Also it is associated with some extent fogs and snowfall. Then one of the major events, another major event is the cyclone. So recently we have in our Bay of Bengal area, we have cyclones. And now also, today also one cyclone is there, Bengal, that it is going to hit by in a few hours our Tamil Nadu coast. So that due to the cyclone, hazards are storm surge, that is storm surge, actually this is three hazards. Storm surge is the our due high waves generated due to the high winds of cyclones and hitting the inundated a coastal belt, that is called the storm surge. Then strong winds, high winds is associated with the cyclones that causes lot of damages. Then torrential rain also. These are the different hazards. Next. Okay. Next, extreme event probability. Next, please. Now, due to the climate change, we know that everybody that one of the major thing is that the extreme events is increasing. So, by graphically or statistically, that is easily can be explained. If we see that in the case of the normal events, then if everything is going to the normalize, then it should be our first curve, and second curve if the normal little bit increasing. Even suppose nowadays everybody knowing that temperature is increasing and in terms of 0.6, 1 degree or 2 degree, but somebody may think that whether with 1 degree or 2 degree, what it will happen. So that thinking may come, but that is giving the extreme weather events in a large scale of numbers. So day by day extreme weather events is increasing. So that if we shift, because this our red portion and cold, if we compare with the temperature, cold and hot, if little shifting of normal value is there, then it will shift, tremendous shift of the extreme events will be there. So that is the things that if little change is a normal value, actual climatological value, the average value, then extreme events can increase in case of every event, like cold and hot, similarly for our rainfall event. Next. So in India, if we see that in different parts of our country, there are different tendency for heat wave, increasing heat wave tendency, most of the part of the country, if we see, the red arrow is increasing trend, blue arrow is the decreasing trend. So there are, the change is not equivocal. It may, this change is occurring in different ways. So in different parts of things, somewhere maybe cold wave more, somewhere the heat wave more, but heat wave in the most of the part of the country is the increasing trend. Next. So this is the trend in rainfall. In rainfall trend is not much change is there, but changes is there in our next extreme events. This is this extreme weather, dry days, rainy days, and heavy rainfall days. Heavy rainfall days is increasing in many parts of our country, and then our dry days and rainy days. Dry days also increasing, rainy days are increasing. It implies that if rainfall, rainfall is occurring in a short period, very heavy rainfall, but in many periods rainfall is not occurring. So that's the conclusion. Next. So frequency of tropical cyclone, if we see the worldwide, some increasing tendency is there, but in our Indian region, we have two basins. One is our Bay of Bengal region, another is the Arabian Sea region. So in a Bay of Bengal region, that no significant trend, but little bit higher increasing is there then for the extremely severe cyclone system. And in a Arabian Sea area, there are tendency to increasing of the extremely severe cyclonic storm. Next. So this we need for that, there are clear-cut national policy for our multi-hazard early warning system, one of the main parameter to mitigate the loss of property and loss of life due to those extreme events. So this multi-hazard early warning systems, one of the factor. Then side by side we need the required national policy for disaster management, National DM Act, National Disaster Management Act, National Disaster Management Plan, national guidelines, institutional mechanisms, all are in a place in India, but we have to collaboratively do well-being, then it can be reduced. Next. So in that case, earlier people we only need to know that what will be the weather, but now what weather will do, because nowadays extremely weather event is going on. So for mitigate our loss of life as well as the loss of properties, we need to set up impact-based forecast system. For that, in our India Meteorological Department, there are decision support system in which the three things, one of the weather parameter, then another is the exposure conditions, means where weather is occurring, what is the condition. Suppose in a village, 200 people are in a kacha houses, and another 200 people, in another village, maximum is pakka houses. If so, then if any cyclone comes, the villages with kacha houses fully will be destroyed due to the high winds. So we need to plan that way, that we should evacuate that people, then that people can save, also property also can be saved if we take the action on that villages. So that's why when we are generating our warnings or suggestive actions, impact, what will be the impact? Because impact based upon the exposure condition. Here, in that system, decision support system or our research community systems, they need to set up for each area one decision support system, so that when any disasters or any our extreme weathers is coming beforehand, when our prediction is available, that time we can assess what will be the loss of property, what will be the loss of human being, so that can be easily assessed. So that then we can take the proper management. Next. So that's why for the early warning part, seamless forecast systems is there, because weather system is various way it is occurring. Sometimes it affects either seasonally or weekly or so that way our system is that first of instance, like monsoon rainfall forecast, seasonal prediction is first given, then monthly prediction is given, then 15 days for next 15 days what is going to go, then 7 days, then every days, then in the next 3 hours is going to happen. So that way, no extreme weather events should go out of notice. Next. So one of the extreme events I will show quickly because time I think less. So one is tropical cyclone, looks like this. It affects about 200 kilometer radius, very high extensive damages is occurring. But another 500 up to 500 kilometer radius, it is occurring rainfall activity mainly. Then another up to 1,000 light rainfall activity. Next, please. So this is the classification of according to the wind speed we are classifying. And if cyclonic storm started from 62 to 88 kilometer per hour, then 89 to 117, and up to super cyclone it is, classification is there, if 120 or so more next. So in different parts of the world, every time cyclone is happening, so annually 80 number of cyclones is happening every year in a world. In our Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea area, in area 5 to 6. Next. So this is the models for developing of the cyclones. Next. So this, in our Indian area, we have the hazards analysis, hazards maps. So this way, the coastal districts, whichever prone to our, in different 3 categories we have divided. So highest in our West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh and Odisha, this area is the highest prone category is there. Next. So these are our observational system for monitoring system. There are space, 3-dimensional monitoring system, surface to space is there. In case of our conventional observation, we have the surface observation by manual, as well as the upper air observation by taking the radio sonde. Upper air balloons through, we are taking that observation. Then remote sensing is there, of course. Their satellite is there, radar is there, high wind speed recorder is there, and over the oceans, buoys are there. Next. So this our recent Rimal cyclone animation image of our Doppler weather radar Calcutta. Next. So these are the systems or SOPs we are following for generating our predictions. Next. So we are following the numerical weather model predictions for our, we have known centers model running. Also in Indian, we are sister organizations, they are also running that models, and global models are there. About 10 models we are following for this forecast. Next. So this already I discussed first, that the cyclone associated with the storm surge, wind, and what is the losses can happen, that summarized here. Next. So for the SOPs, for standardize what is the impact can happen for a cyclone for different intensity, that already standardized, but it is dynamical. Nowadays, that's why we need the decision support system. We are working now in decision support system. Next. So then how we are generating the color coding for the to give the alert to the people, that one way is the impact and another is the likelihood, means what is the probability of occurrence of the events, and then what is the exposure conditions, means what example I given, and what is the vulnerability condition. So these 3 parameters taking away and making in a matrix and giving the weightage, and decision is taken on that basis. Next. So this one of the typical cyclone image. Next. So this way, then after decision that, this is the actually our here geographical department, they have a lot of scope on that to work in GIS as well as the AI. How that these are the all maps using the GIS we are generating for making that. This is the Rimal cyclone time we have generated this forecast maps. Next. So that first one was the heavy rainfall for that, this one for the winds. Next. So this is the track in which you lay, the balloon shape is, the probabilistic forecast is given. This probabilistic means that if we see that it is a balloon shape, because in next 6 hours it is what is going to happen, that we have the most confidence, and then when we go to the up to 5 days or 6 days or 7 days, it gradually our confidence may decreasing as per the rule. So that's why it is taking the balloon shape. Next. So this way, for the now every day many people, more than 2-3 lakhs people are doing the jobs in the sea area, oceanic area. So for our livelihood, and for them we have the marine community, marine weather forecast system, and what will be the wind in different area, what way fisherman has to take, so that its graphical product has been supplied. Next. So this is storm surge warning. The inquiries we are jointly it is doing, and flash flood guidance also. This way, now we have the common alert protocol system that is worldwide now it is generated. So when it is anything generated, it is going towards the system also. This message, whatever written, that is in a different language, it is automatically converted and going to the public also. Next. So these are the different dissemination mechanism we are using. We have for the cyclone, 3 websites, telephone, mobile phones, SMS, WhatsApp, all district collectors up to then subdivision level. Who we are managing the register, we have the WhatsApp groups, in different groups we are sending the messages. And previous slide please. So here our radio TV briefing, everything is given, and then dynamical system is all there, common alert protocol I will do. API facility also there. So API also we are giving whoever requesting, they are getting the directly digital data. On that screen, all this product can be seen. Next. Okay, thank you.
We are very thankful to Dr. Vishwas for his very illuminating and absorbing lecture on the forecasting and forecasting and also the scientific systems that we are now to see the conditions which are coming as a matter of hazard in the climatological world. He has actually focused on the main themes, main sectors of thunderstorm, rainfall, extreme rainfall, then extreme temperature, fog and cyclones. Actually, by meaning fog, actually he wanted to mean the mist, that means the deep fog. So all these things, how to monitor them, how to forecast, and how to alleviate the conditions, that means hazardous conditions that often strike the human beings and their settlements and the settlement areas. So if there be any observations or the questions, anybody can present it here, and we'll be very glad to communicate to our speaker. He will answer.
It is there. It is 7 days when I have told that. That is the medium range forecast.
Medium range is 3-4 days.
No, up to 7 days it is taking. 7 to 10 is medium range, and 3 to 4 short range forecast.
Then you have also mentioned about remote sensing.
Yes.
But my understanding is that geostationary satellite is required for weather.
Yes.
So,
yes, that is there. Insert 3DR for Indian now.
Yeah.
And also we have the Meteosat 9 European satellite that also cover our region. Himawari 9 also that are in our region.
So slightly different. Are you using remote sensing satellite for weather forecasting?
Yes, that is I am telling.
Not the
all
geostationary.
all are weather satellite. These are the satellite, whatever I named. Okay, insert 3D is the in our
IRS, no IRS satellite. IRS satellites. This remote sensing satellites are IRS series.
Yes, yes.
Are you using that?
Yes. Actually, this is actually specially for meteorological sensor, meteorological payloads. All are meteorological payloads.
Then there are no remote sensing satellite.
No, it is remote sensing.
Remote sensing is there, but not remote sensing satellite. The meteorological satellite also do remote sensing at a very coarse level, but the remote sensing satellites are different, which are IRS series.
No, that is different. That is polar orbiting satellite. That is not the geostationary for that. Polar orbiting satellite for the weather parameter. Because for the weather parameter, we need the coverage for the atmosphere parameters. So that payloads is not different than this. Normal whatever communication satellite or our later satellite, all other satellite. That our requirement is different than that requirement.
This is what I wanted to know. Third is
remote sense in remote sense in terms of the weather parameters. That payload sharing.
You have not mentioned about the role of WMO. WMO.
WMO worldwide. Actually, here I think everything I can mention, but that is time also less. So WMO is our worldwide organization. So that is under WMO, every national agencies have the national agencies. So our IMD is the national authority in our India.
You get information from Bangladesh, from China, from Pakistan under WMO.
That in our, I have one slide I have shown that the Tokyo. So these data are communicating and directly coming to in our every center, and that analysis is there. Okay.
Yes, it's a new branch of study, obviously, because I remember about 50 years, more than 50 years back, when we were studying geography at a postgraduate level, I took my special paper as meteorology. And in those days, we had to go to the Alipur Meteorological Station for observation. And first thing in 1972, if I remember correctly, say 1972 January, the director said that, look, this first image of the satellite has come. We said that satellite, we did not hear the name, we did not hear the name before that. We said that, what is satellite? He said that the satellites have been launched by United States in the space, and they are taking photographs of different parts of the globe, where the cyclones are forming, how they are moving. So that is my first experience. I still remember in January 1972. Afterwards, things have changed abruptly and also very systematically. We have come to a state of science and development where we can do many things. We don't have to wait for the storms to come and strike in the coastal areas or in the inland areas nowadays. We can forecast at least 5 to 6 days back before, because actually scientific inventions have given us the opportunity to know the conditions of the atmosphere. So very nice presentation by Professor Dr. Biswas, and we have been enriched, our knowledge has been enriched very much from his lecture and presentation as well, and thanks to you again.
Thank you, HR Biswas, for your invaluable insight and enlightening to us. Thank you, Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, for chairing this session. Now I would like to invite Professor Ashraful Alam and Dr. JayantaDas for felicitations to the chairperson and the panelists. Let's give a big round of applause to chairperson and the speaker. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Now we'll end these sessions. Now we'll proceed to panel discussion 2, and I would like to invite Professor Sriya Chakraborty for MC of the session. Thank you.
No, I have it. Thank you. Okay. Now we will begin the panel discussion 2, which is titled Complement or Conflict: The Way Forward for geographical methods in the digital age. This session explores the evolving methodologies in geography amidst rapid advancement in digital technologies. It seeks to address whether traditional and digital methods complement each other or create conflict in contemporary geographical research. To set the stage for this discussion, we invite the convener of IAGR, Dr.JayantaDas, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College, to present the concept note. Dr. Das, the stage is yours. You will not give the concept note at first? After that. Okay. For this panel, we are privileged to have Professor Sunil Kumar De, Professor in the Department of Geography, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya, as the chairperson for this session. Professor De's extensive expertise in geographical methods and technologies makes him an ideal guide for this discussion. Sir, we invite you to lead this panel. We are delighted to have a distinguished panel of experts for this discussion. Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, retired professor, Bishwabharati, West Bengal. Welcome to the stage, sir. Professor Mamata Desai, fellow NIAS and retired professor, Netaji Institute for Asian Studies. Welcome to the stage, ma'am. Now we would invite Professor Devendra Kumar Nayak, I'm very sorry, Northeastern Hill University, Meghalaya. Welcome, sir. Next, we would like to invite Professor Milap Chand Sharma, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Now we will invite Professor Narayan Chandra Jana, University of Burdwan, West Bengal. Professor Narayan Chandra Jana. Is here? Okay. Next, Professor Ajizur Rahman Siddiqui, University of Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Ranjan Roy, University of North Bengal, West Bengal. Professor Shonat Kumar Guchait, University of Burdwan, West Bengal. Please join us in welcoming our esteemed chairpersons and panelists with a big round of applause, please. Before the panel discussion begins, we would like to have a group photo with our esteemed guests. Dr. Das will now deliver the concept note for this panel. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sia ma'am. Good afternoon, all panelists. So, we know geography as a discipline is witnessing a pivotal transformation in the digital age. And we believe we are in the digital age. Various tools like GIS, remote sensing, big data analysis, machine learning, deep learning, AI, and have revolutionized our methodology. And now, question is that how we study and analyze the spatial data like spatial phenomena. Major changes in our spatial analysis, basically introduction of remote sensing and GIS after 1972. So yet this digital shift brings both opportunities and challenges. We face both. And raising the question about the compatibility of this innovation with traditional method rooted in the field work, qualitative analysis and humanistic perspective. Now, this session aims to explore whether digital and traditional method in geography complement each other or stand in conflict. By fostering dialogue between expert, practitioner, and young researchers, we seek to uncover the synergies, address challenges, and propose an actionable pathway for our future. Now my question is, integration of traditional and digital method, are they allies or they are collide? And we hope that after this meaningful discussion, develop recommendation for blending methodologies and inspire new approaches that align with the global sustainable goal. As we navigate these exciting yet complex changes, this panel discussion will serve as a platform to reflect, challenge, and envision how geography can remain in dynamic, inclusive, and impactful field. Thank you. Now I would like to invite the chair to continue this panel discussion. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanta. Sir, I will not go on in to speak any comments. Directly we'll start because our time is very short. We have altogether 40 minutes and we have 8 speakers. So I would request you to coincide your time limit by 5 minutes. So we'll see. I would request my teacher, Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, to start this motion. And they have arranged the seat. It seems like that a debate competition. One will say in favor traditional, one will say in favor of digital.
Good afternoon. Innovative research, methods and perspectives. We are allowed only 5 minutes time. I think by now I have already covered more than 1 minute. So it is important. I think it is for the benefit of the students. Unfortunately, I don't find very many students assembled here. So when we ask at the outset of any research scholar's work, what is your motto, what you are going to explore through your research, they often get bewildered. They don't know how to explain. Then we have to say that it is that you have some, actually the research begins when the search is complete. After your search, that means you have been searching through different branches of education, and finally you target something, and it is your research. So research methodology is something, we say that when you do prepare your methodology, you should ask yourself what, where, how, and why there. If you have the questions in your mind set, then you can start. And in your methodology, you prepare the questionnaires through which you can progress. So it is important. What I'm saying, it is not for us, it is for the students, the research scholars, that they will do something something new to explore. It is not the descriptive one. Research is never descriptive. Some people make mistakes that whatever you have read from the books and done some work, so we present it in the form of a research work, thesis. So it is always important to know that what we are doing research, there are two types of research. Obviously, some people, some of the research scholars still don't know, they are not very clear about what is research, what is applied research and what is fundamental research. Are we really doing fundamental research or applied research? The question is there. Fundamental research, we are not Einstein or neither Newton to explore from the very beginning the conditions, the knowledge which comes from the very root. We are actually, what we are doing in geography is the applied research. There are some works in different spheres of work, different spheres of knowledge, and we have to find out something and explain them methodically, systematically, and logically in the form of a research thesis. So I think my time is almost over. So it is for the benefit of what I have said, it is for the benefit of the students. I often go to the interview boards and ask, are you doing a research? Is it your fundamental research? Or it is a research of applied type. They cannot, many people, many students don't know how to answer. So it will be helpful for the students to know that what we are doing in geography, they are all applied. Because we are not Einsteins, neither we are the scientists who have developed the knowledge from the very beginning, from the very root. Thank you very much. I think next speaker will come.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Dr. Mamata Desai. Since sir has saved 1 minute, you can take 1 minute extra.
Technology, resources, and geography in paradigm shift. Actually, no other technology innovation in human history other than computer science. When we are doing PhD, we are using at first facet, then came calculator. Then when I joined NATMO, we were giving training on aerial photogrammetry. That was the paradigm change. Now we are using aerial photography, etc. And for applied geography, we have the paradigm shift in a drastic. What is paradigm shift? It is the geographical thought refers to a fundamental change in the underlying assumption, methodologies, approaches that guide geographic research and theory. This shift often results from broader intellectual, social. Here I mean technological development. What is technological development? Technological development means RS, GIS. We can preserve the data, GIS data. This is the technological data. Previously we could not preserve the data. Now we can preserve the data for future sustainable development because it can be retrieved as and when required. Study on satellite images nowadays along with the drone survey, we can visualize overall, but at last I would like to say, whatever we are doing, but traditional field survey is necessary, so I am 80% regarding paradigm shift towards the technology and 20% traditional, that is field work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Everybody is on time. Professor Devendra Kumar Naik. जो डिबेट उठा दीजिए ट्रेडिशनल एंड मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी.
दो मिनट में नहीं होगा, 5 मिनट में भी नहीं होगा. Well, friends, I want to waste much time. The only thing that I would begin with is that technology is always intoxicating. And any intoxication, you know what it leads to. That is something which I think this panel would understand it very well, and I would like to place before you my concerns. The concerns are use of digital technology, however intoxicating it may be. But we need to worry about what can be the implications for geography and world as a whole, the society. We can be very proud of drones, but we can also see what it happens in Israel or in Ukraine. That's the kind of scenario we are living in. And geospatial technology, which is encompassing tools like GIS or GPS and remote sensing, while it has revolutionized how we understand the space, map it, and interact with our physical world, but there are issues that we need to be concerned, and there are several of them which can range from social, ethical, and political concerns. The first and foremost, you will hear a lot about its good things, how it has revolutionized and how it has been useful for mapping and all that. But being a chronic critic of anything, I see it from that angle of being a critic. A critic is not somebody who is opposed to it, but only shows the concerns so that it can take a better shape in the future. The first and foremost problem I visualize is that these technologies can easily use it for surveillance and privacy, something that we all honor. Privacy is something which is going to suffer. The more sometimes Google knows everything, but what is Google? It's a company, it's a corporate. And we are handing over our privacy to such organizations which are essentially commodifying everything. For them, what is important is monetizing and commodifying. We may feel that, okay, we don't pay anything extra, but they have commodified in a surreptitious way using these very technologies, and it can even lead to mass surveillance of the people. They can also misuse the data, and there could be problems of consent and awareness. As far as space is concerned, space is also power. You cannot delink power from space, how the space is used, translated, and just as any other thing, space is certainly giving you power and prestige and prevalence. The governments, most of the governments are corrupt. Almost all governments, most of the governments are failed governments. They are, for them, nothing matters but their survival. And therefore, the government finds it extremely good to use such technologies for greater and greater control that you can see through all kinds of digital mechanism through which they control, through Aadhaar, but that also leads to exclusion and privacy concerns. And the governments can easily use those technologies to monitor anybody who is a dissident, say something against it. They can suppress protests and enforce greater and greater control over it, which was not possible before this. Then the corporate dominance is something which I need not elaborate more, because it is corporates like Google and Apple who use this geospatial technology much more, and they centralize power and create dependencies on them, so much so that we become absolutely nothing, and we surrender ourselves to these technologies. I will take a little more time. because I am the only one perhaps who is speaking like this. That's what is my fear. Digital divide is something which is already known, so I don't want to speak about it. But what is important is that digital geospatial tools may unintentionally reinforce biases and prejudices such as redlining real estate or inequitable resource allocation in urban planning. Environmental concerns are equally important in terms of resource exploitation and in urban displacement. Then as far as ethical and legal issues are concerned, that also I would skip for the time being because they are general in nature. And what is of significant problem in geography would be a cultural homogenization that would take place, particularly loss of local knowledge. Because the mapping is now getting standardized. We will go on mapping in a standardized manner as the geospatial technology will dictate. We will have no other option, unlike the kind of diversity that we have in cartography. This is something which is now going to go. We just do it on the mouse, using the mouse, that's all. So not only that, these standardized mapping tools will overlook or erase indigenous or localized ways of understanding and navigating land. That is where the field work continues to be important. And also Western bias. We talk about Indianization, Indian knowledge system, but we are unconsciously or even actively going into a Western bias with dominance of Western developed geospatial technologies to which we will be surrendering ourselves, which can marginalize non-Western perspectives that we have and the methodology that we use. So there are many more such issues, particularly in cartography. This is going to be the most disastrous, having disastrous effects of creating a new kind of cartography, marginalizing, and also surveillance will be more on those minorities and the marginalized sections which it can be used effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You will be surveillanced by Pegasus. Don't worry, sir. And technology has given many things so that you cannot carry paper in your pocket. No, that is also a good thing. Now, next is Professor Milapchat Sharma, IASR ji.
वो तो रिटायर कर चुका है। अच्छा नहीं मैं भी रिटायर कर रहा हूँ। So good afternoon, namaskar. I would like to share my experience as a student and then graduating to the digital world. We started with topographical sheets. It was very difficult to work on topographical sheets, how the slopes were, how the aspect was. Then we graduated. I remember 1984 with Professor Shivaswamy, we went to IAGR, Dehradun, to look at aerial photographs, how it looks like and how data is extracted. So we got excited looking at aerial photographs. And then visualization was so easy that you could have it in 3D. Come 90s, we have the satellite images to work on. So the world has become smaller with the satellite images. You could analyze, compare all the global spatial components. But then with GIS, we have reached into another component, which is non-spatial data with integration. And as Professor Nayak said, this can be a threat because it can be phished, it can be leaked, it can be reached by anybody to disturb the privacy of a person. In terms of using spatial data, as we have been working on glaciers and we have been working on something related to desertification, which is UN mandated exercise India was doing. So in both the cases, what we saw was it was much easier for us to identify once you do the corrections, once you do the cleaning of the images, you could produce layers upon layers. So you can have, shape files, tens of shape files, and the best one, once you correlate, you can get the best of the places to identify, as I said, desertification. In desertification, non-spatial data also we included. So handling large-scale data has become very easy for us. But there are limitations. I remember topographical sheet being used with, compared with satellite imagery. So it had led to a large controversy, if you remember. 2008, Himalayan glaciers are going to finish by 2035, was, wrong comparison of data, the analog data with the satellite data. So that had led to, quite a bit of discussions also. So how we make use of this technology is always beneficial, provided that privacy is ensured, that your privacy is protected. Otherwise, reaching your home anytime, using as has said that it's much easier to get all your informations, whether your health information, whether your security, whether your banks. So this is something which is a concern. Otherwise, spatial data that we have has made life easy through the satellite images, the high resolution ones. We are making use for movement of glaciers also. Earlier it was glaciological mass balance, but today we are measuring the movements also. So things have become much easier, but we need to be very careful when we make use of it for applied aspects also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Sharma. We have already got positive and negative side. Now, next speaker will speak in which side, I do not know. Professor Naran Chandra Jana, he will speak on this issue. Professor Jana. Will be neutral side?
Yeah, actually it is not like that it complements or conflict. Actually, when new things come, conflict starts, then it becomes complement. It is not like that there is one platform which is conflict platform, another is complementary platform, not like that. Because we have started geography with the traditional one. I mean, Sunil knows that at the undergraduate level, we used to trace, light trace. Now, remote sensing and GIS has come, now artificial intelligence. I mean, so new things always welcome, but it is not contradictory but I mean, it is the gradual development of technology, whether it is the traditional one or the new one. It becomes complementary with the passage of time. So basically, it lies in the psychological, yesterday I have already pointed out that we were living in the metaphysical world, now the objective world. If we cite one example, I mean the agriculture. Agriculture, initially it was the shifting cultivation. Then it has become sedentary. Then it has become subsistence. Then it has become intensive subsistence. Now technology has been adopted for the bumper crop production. That means we are encouraging vertical expansion of land use instead of horizontal one. That means methodology has been evolved because, the introducing new methodology is the necessity. So we have to adopt the technology. There is no harm. But we have to keep in mind whether that should not be a threat for the concept, because the conceptual framework should be sound enough before adopting the technology. Now what is happening today, Everybody is using remote sensing, GIS, artificial intelligence, then after 50 years, so many new methodology will come. But there is a fear whether people will be weak in conceptual frame. That is the problem. And you know, we have already, I mean, whether we are teacher or student, we have already crossed the paradigm shift, I mean, the quantitative revolution in geography. Since then, there has been a paradigm shift in the concept and approaches from the theoretical one to the applied one, already pointed out by Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay. So we are now living in an objective world, the world of profit maximization and cost-benefit analysis. So when there is cost-benefit analysis, that means there is calculation. And in research, we used to think about right now, the dimension of research. We used to talk about the direction of research. We used to talk about the reliability of research, whether the research which we are pursuing, whether doctoral research or project work or whatever. I mean, three things we used to keep in mind: the dimension, the direction, and the reliability. And technological improvement, definitely. If I cite example from the disaster management, there has been tremendous progress in forecasting. In our childhood days, I mean, when cyclone will occur, nobody knows. But now there is a forecasting at least 15 days before. IMD is giving you that cyclone will strike at the Odisha coast or Bengal or Bangladesh or whatever. So that has been a blessing. That technological advancement is a blessing for the mankind. And whether there is a question whether it's a methodological divide or digital dependence. Basically what is happening, not the methodological divide, but the digital dependence. We are gradually dependent on digital world. I mean, my maid servant who is using two mobile phone, you know. So I have seen mobile phone after my PhD. I have seen computer after passing out of my master's. So that technological revolution has taken place. That is good for planning and whatever. But there is no methodological divide, but it is complementary. And already there is a bias of qualitative and quantitative divide, whether quantitative or qualitative divide. Now we are talking about the mixed methods of research. This is the answer, the mixed methods of research. I mean, some of the research which should be quantitative and some of the research which is based on the qualitative analysis. So we have to depend on both the qualitative and the quantitative. I mean, it is not like that quantitative research should be encouraged and qualitative research should be discouraged, but there should be a passage, there should be a midway between qualitative and quantitative. Where qualitative is necessary, we have to encourage qualitative. Where quantitative is necessary, we have to encourage quantitative, or both. In a doctoral thesis, what we have observed, that qualitative and quantitative, we have to depend on both. So there is no conflict. Actually, this is the, I mean, it is the time, it is the point of time that we have to adopt the technology and methodological change we have to adopt. So there is complement, no contradiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jana, for your insightful thought into the matter. Next, Professor A.R. Siddiqui, I'd request to speak.
Thank you. Professor Narayan Jana has requested me to start with a share. आप सरासर सैलानी साहब, चमन में इख्तलाते रंग बू से बात बनती है, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. मुझे लगता है कि दूसरी लाइन से समझ गए होंगे मैं क्या कहना चाहता हूँ. तो now every subject, I would like to congratulate JayantaDas ji for selecting a very pertinent topic for panel discussion. Every subject has its own philosophy, subject matter, and methodology. Now, I will speak within my time. Now, you remember the works because I am talking here about epistemology, ontology, and methodology. So, there is need to recognize, there is need to recall the pioneering research work which have been done by pioneer research scholars. In the history of 200 years, I think Essay on Population Geography was published by Robert Malthus. And in 1826, Theory of Agricultural Location was given by von Thunen. So this is the beauty of theory within the time of 200 years. And in every university you will find this theory. And now I'm talking about last 100 years, because this century is very important for the geographer. The classification of climates, of Köppens, Thornwetz, Trivartha, every classification was given in this century. And in the 1909, a theory of agricultural industrial location was given by Weber. In 1936, agricultural classification was given by Derwent-Whittlesey. And in 1933, central place theory was given by Christaller. You can make a list of a very well recognized geographer of India and abroad. So there is not issue to recall the paradigm shift of geography. Paradigm is shift of knowledge from one phase to another phase. But for a student, it is very necessary to make a list of journals of India, to make a list of Indian societies, geographical societies, because I have prepared a list of more than 50 geographers of India, starting from S.P. Chatterjee, Professor L.R. Singh, Professor Shafi, Jasbir Singh, Professor Bhatia, and many others like Milak Sharma ji and Sunil Deji, Naksab is here. You will find there is a digital divide because our innovation history is very short in India, and it's starting from 1972. You will find that there is use of satellite-derived data and geoinformatics in the field of geography. Likewise, we have noted the shift in the methodology because philosophy of the subject and subject matter and methodology. Methodology is more important. From the use of mathematical language in geography, now we have dependent on remote sensing tools and techniques. And you will download data and pertinent researches on pertinent field. And in my university, from IQAC, instruction has been given to publish any paper in Scopus Journal, because in NIRF ranking, it is very necessary, and those who are in Google Scholar and having citation, and NIRF ranking take citation from the Google Scholar. So now you make a list of Deccan Geographer or Journal of Indian Geomorphology or Annals of Indian. So you will see that there is a great divide on those who are having remote sensing and those who are having traditional methods and traditional geography. So now question arises, if any new generation is having expertise in remote sensing and GIS, and he has published, I have prepared my presentation also, and given last slide to JayantaDas ji, and JayantaDas ji having more than 1,000 citations, and he has published 3 dozen papers in a very widely reputed journals of abroad and very reputed journals. But you will find the citation of Professor Muhammad Shafi or S.P. Chatterjee or Professor L.R. Singh, and I have already downloaded a book of Anu Kapoor ji, Voice of Concern, and she has given many data and many statements related to Indian geographer and Indian geography. So there is a need to discuss on these aspects, and in this time, there is a need to, just like a graphic tailor in geography, is stop and go determinism, neo-determinism. So there is need to correlate, collaborate with the traditional geography and fundamentals of geography with the new technology. Optimum way should be adopted in the field of geography. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Siddiqui, for your beautiful thought. Next is Professor Ranjan Roy.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson and my co-panelists on the dais and respected dignitaries of the dais and dear participants. Geographical research, methodological framework. When we actually talk, as you know, that research, it is not like that the knowledge or informations which are basically available in our text. Research to some extent is different from the available or existing knowledge, existing concepts, beliefs, ideas which are available in our texts, articles, journals, everywhere. So, geography is diversified in its nature, and as we know that the evolutionary concept as given by the Charles Darwin, the knowledge is also changed through its evolutionary process. Research is one of the outcome of the evolutionary process which actually we get through analysis, through interpretation and incorporation of the various types of geographic data. As Professor Siddiqui has already mentioned, the paradigm shift in geography, the paradigm shift has already taken place. And geography, as you know, the research in geography, when we actually consider, that is the study between the relationship between the human being and its environment, and how this environment and the relationship with the human beings will be interpreted. It actually has been identified. There are several paradigms. The deterministic approach, neo-deterministic approach, possibilistic approach, humanistic approach, so welfare approach. So many approaches have already been available in our literature. So, in geographical methodology, when we talk, we can consider that many people have idea about our moon earlier. Nowadays, people have actually received many information because people has already landed on moon. But these are not actually the research. What is research? The research, even in geography, if we consider how we can actually change the existing knowledge and what new knowledge we are actually getting through our analysis, interpretation of the data, geographic data, that is research. And because of this paradigm shift, we know from traditional to modern, we are using the remote sensing, GIS, GPS technique, and even now, if we consider that artificial intelligence, machine learning technique at present. But it does not mean that we are actually in a position to skip the main aspects of our research, and where we have actually seen some shocking trend that in some cases when we actually go for evaluation of the PhD thesis, some cases, that in many cases researchers do not actually incorporate the hypothesis. What is the practice? This is a very shocking trend in a geographical research. Without any research question, how a research will be complete? There is no research question? There is no hypothesis? So, if you use any AI, any ML or remote sensing, GIS, GPS technique, but without any research question, without any hypothesis, geographical research remain incomplete. And really this is a very shocking trend to me. I feel that this is a very shocking trend that many of the geographers, they have actually failed to incorporate the hypothesis and research question in their research work. So, we will have to understand that knowledge is a dynamic. It may change, but not the change in its framework, not without actually changing its own shape and concept. So, we must do the research, geographical research. We will incorporate the modern methods, of course, but do not distort the real or original research in geography. And otherwise, this will give a serious drawbacks in the process of research in geography. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roy. Now, our last speaker in this session is Professor Shanod Guchait. And I would request you to sum up all these things. Final speaker, sorry.
Okay. Good evening. Being the last panelist, that means it is expected what Bonita has said, that I have to sum up. At the same time, I will share my own views. First of all, I would like to, that means extend my sincere thanks to the organizer, especially Dr. Jayanta, for selecting such a core issue in geography. But it would be better if more geographers and the researchers would be here, because this is the core issue, and at least 7 panelists have put their views. And already, that means the coordinator has said that one against the motion or for the motion. But Nayak sir has said no, it is a critique where there should be some differences of opinion, but ultimately we have to take some sort of conclusion. So out of the whole discussion actually, in one context I agree with Professor Jana. And in another context also, I agree with Professor Nayak and also Siddiqui sir. And others panelists also confirm in that way. But what I would like to say that there is no such conflict. Actually, conflict is in our mind. In sociology or psychology, what is the conflict? Maybe in Darwinian competition and conflict. But in sociology, that means anthropogenic sense, conflict occurs when you are not accommodative. If you are antagonistic, then actually it becomes conflict. So if you consider that I believe in this plane and that plane is wrong, then it would be some sort of conflict. The traditional is true and that is wrong, and the AI is wrong and the traditional is true. That means you are actually creating the conflict. But if you are accommodative in the knowledge world, That means there should be some sort of change. Nothing is permanent except the change, and we have to accept the change. And it is also have been done, what is rightly said by Siddiqui, the paradigm shift. And in that particular context, I would like to say that in academic discipline, I am liberal, but in research context, I am too much critical. And here, I want to choose, that means according to the frame of reference, want to choose the appropriate methodology. Because without the appropriate lens, you can't actually show the object properly. So in that context, what I'd like to say, that means it is not at all conflict. And at the same time, it is not purely the complement. Because each methodology has its own distinctiveness. And in one sense, that means in a story that I normally unfold in research to my students, just I'm taking time 2 or 3 minutes more, that in a seminar, I normally throw this story. In a seminar in Bangalore, the 3 European scientists have come, and before the day of seminar, they are actually going for the morning walk in the campus. And then one of them is the mathematician, another of them is the physicist, and another of them is the astronomer. And so, while actually watching the black sheep, then the astronomy, that means the person who has expertise in astronomy, said that, oh, European ships are white, but the Indian ships are black. Then that means in astronomy, they normally ignore the 1,000 years or 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. They calculate light years and they go for easy generalization. Then the physicists then do not consider all those generalizations. So in such a way, they said, no, this ship is black, but another ship may be the white. Then the mathematicians who are used to talk in a sense 2 + 2 = 4, not less than 4, not more than 4, he said that, no, the ship, the side of the ship which you are observing, that is white, another side may be black. So in that way, that is your frame of reference seems to be the best idea that in what way you are actually judging the reality in geography, in methodology. So in that sense, earlier, why the plane was simple, then we were used to geography in a descriptive way. Then that means from the subjective judgment, we entered into the objective judgment, and then quantitative revolution actually emerged. And while quantitative revolution actually emerged, then one sort of people actually shouted, oh, geography spirit is losing. But today, actually, if we look at the most of the geographical work, that means the quantitative analysis is there. So it is not complement. That means in what frame of reference you are actually guiding your research. And now it is that means the AI, big data analysis. So what Roger Bacon actually said, knowledge is the power. That means starting from the industrial revolution, we started we exploring the knowledge. At that, Jana sir has rightly said, earlier it was the shifting cultivation, then permanent agriculture, then commercial agriculture. And so in that domain of, obviously today, if a system is more complex, then you are not actually judge it with the traditional way of method. So if your research seems to be a smaller space and the simple observation, then you use the simple technology, simple methodology. But today actually, that means with the exploration of the knowledge, actually we are entering into the diverse world, diversity of world, diversity of components. And here not only the relationship, the subgroup relationship, the intergroup relationship, that means the group relationship, and the group variance, group covariance, and all those things are there. And then what actually is done, that means in a big size area, data, mind it, that big size data is not possible by the manual method. That means, while I said that to my students, that only a relation will be linear, then you draw the linear regression. But if it is non-linear, so why are you drawing linear regression? Similarly, that means this is the time actually so diversity is there, so interrelationship is there, and so network of relation. To spotify that means the particular objective, diversified objective and their interrelationship, you have to set some sort of diversity of interrelationship. And that is possible by, which was earlier known as the supervised, that means the statistics. It is the unsupervised statistics, which is known as the machine learning. Who are actually, that means, considering that it is actually by that way, it is no more applicable in geography, I would say no. Actually, in studying, that means the climate change, there are two models. One was the Hamburg model and another is the Vancouver model. Hamburg model was based on continental surface, and the Vancouver model based on the oceanic surface. But at that time, that type of model is there. But today, you can't actually explain it with that of the, that means the simple model, because so much diversity is there. So then you have to call for decision tree and all those things. But one point is there. That means the appropriateness, exactness, and the applicability. So if you do not know what kind of philosophy is used, that means in a paradigm shift, we normally consider philosophy, methodology, concept, and the methodology. So if you do not know the concept and the philosophy, and bluntly using all those AI or the decision tree, or that means the big data analysis or the structural equation model, then ultimately it is one kind of falsification, what I said only a few hours ago about this Wittgenstein, the nonsense, the sense and the nonsense. So in that way, suppose I am taking one example. We are applying entropy model in an area where the entropy is very high, that means the diversity is low, and you are applying entropy model. So it will not give you the distinctive result. So each and every methodology has its own logic and applications. After knowing that, for the bigger area, that means the big data, big area, obviously artificial intelligence will help you to spotify the bits and patches. But if it is smaller area, it is a sub-basin, you are taking artificial intelligence, you are same model, but all those complexity is not there, then you are actually adopting with a falsification. So before using all those things, we should be cautious. What is the appropriate methodology? And in the research domain, I am too much critical about methodology, but I am liberal in concept and the philosophy. So in that sense, I agree with Professor Jana and to some extent Naik sir and also Siddiqui sir and all others also, that we have to judge properly. And there is no such conflict. And there is no such, that it is not purely complement. Each methodology has its own distinctiveness, and there may be some sort of relationship. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Guchai. The topic was traditional versus digital era, whether there is any conflict or complementary. I will take 1 minute. I thank all the resource persons sitting here, including my teacher, Professor Guru Prasad Chattopadhyay, Professor Mamata Desai, Professor Jana, Professor Sharma, Professor Rai, Professor Naik, Professor Siddiqui, and Shanak Ghose, all teachers. Say every day, most of them are senior than me, every day I learn, so they are teachers. I do not have any objection to say this one. But the students, those who are sitting backside, I would like to utter some words very simply. There is no contradiction between tradition and the latest technology. In 2001, when we saw this, each and every people in Japan, they used to use mobile. We were thinking that when India will get this chance, but within 4 or 5 years, each and everybody in India, they are having one mobile. And nowadays, life has been smoothened. If you order sitting in your room, you are getting service in your room. We are getting real-time data from QuickBird, from WorldView, real-time data, everything. The research has also been smoothened. But the word is that what is your intention to use this data? So that is, in some cases, that is the negative point comes. Regularly, I think most of you get fraud calls. This is a negative use of this data. So anyway, one time there was radio. We used to listen radio and many people used to gather together. After the TV came and guardian used to say that TV has spoiled the children, and nowadays mobile came, each and everybody having mobile and going through reels, and people are saying that their time is being wasted. But it is the nature of training and the nature of intention, how we will use your data. With these few words, I once again thank all the resource persons because many of them will leave, and I thank all these dignitaries and the audience sitting in front of me for patient sharing. Thank you once again very much.
Heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists for their thought-provoking and engaging contributions. Your insights have provided clarity on how geographical methods can evolve harmoniously in the digital age. We also extend our gratitude to Professor De for sharing this session and guiding the discussion with expertise and wisdom. Let us give a big round of applause to our chairperson and panelists for making this session impactful and enlightening. A round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you. Now we will take a short break of around 20 minutes. We will come back here at 4:15 with the last session of the day, the valedictory session. So we'll meet once again at 4:15. Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. We are about to start the last session, the last segment of this seminar, the valedictory session. We'll begin it very shortly. Kindly bear with us for a few more moments. We are yet to receive the results of a few technical sessions. That's why the event is getting delayed. Kindly bear with us for a few moments. We will start the session shortly.
We are starting shortly. We are requesting everybody to kindly take their seats. We will begin shortly.
Hello, hello.
We will shortly begin the valedictory session. Our guests are requested to kindly bear with us for a few moments. The final will begin shortly.
Yes, please come. আপনারা এলেই শুরু হয়ে যাবে আপনারা এলেই শুরু হয়ে যাবে না না
স্পিচটা কখন
We are thankful to our audience for waiting with us for so long. We will begin the program in a few minutes.
তখন স্যার এখানে আমাদের কলেজে যা স্যাররা আছে তাদেরকে ডেকে নাও তখন স্যার আছে তখন ভাতা আছে তখন ভাতা আছে ভাতা আছে গভর্নিং বডি মেম্বার্স
A very good afternoon, honorable guests, esteemed professors, dear students, and respected presenters. We have now reached the valedictory session of the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research. To conclude this wonderful academic journey, we are honored to have with us the esteemed dignitaries who have supported us and guided us throughout this event. May I now invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage for this session. Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, Principal and Patron of IAGR, Rampurhat College. Can we please have a round of applause? Dr. Ashish Banerjee, our Chief Patron, IAGR, and President of the governing body, Rampurhat College. Please, let's have a round of applause for him, please. Dr. Tapan Kumar Bhattacharya, esteemed governing body member, Rampurhat College. Can we please have a round of applause? Our beloved Dr. Orindam Ganguly. Sir, please, please. Esteemed member, Rampurhat College. Please let's have a round of applause. Dr. JayantaDas, convener, IAGR, and assistant professor, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Can we please have a round of applause for him? Professor Ashraful Alam, organizing secretary, IAGR, and assistant professor, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Dr. Bhashwati Mondol, esteemed faculty member, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Dr. Koel Mukherjee, esteemed faculty member, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Dr. Arup Ghosh, esteemed faculty member, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. We also invite all the other esteemed faculty members of Rampurhat College to grace this session with their presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Sia. I would like to invite also our keynote speaker, Professor Milacha Choma, on the dais, please. Professor Sunil Kumar De from NEHU. Please, sir. Professor D.K. Naik. Professor Min Bahadur Poddal Setri from Nepal. Professor Biplab Bishwas from Bardhaman University. Professor Dr. Pritish Nak.
We now have Hiyashri Das from the Department of Geography to present us to a sweet and melodious song. Over to you. Thank you.
আমার ভিতর বাহিরে অন্তরে অন্তরে আছো তুমি হৃদয় জুড়ে আমার ভিতর বাহিরে অন্তরে অন্তরে আছো তুমি হৃদয় জুড়ে
Thank you.
Loads of love to our dear Hiyasri for this mellifluous rendition. Thank you so much, Hiyasri. We would like to invite on stage the Teachers Council Secretary of Rampurhat College, Dr. Amlan Jamadar. Sir, please grace the stage with your presence. Now it is the time for the valedictory speech. To deliver the speech, I now invite Dr. JayantaDas, convener of IAGR, to share his reflections on this seminar and bring the event to a formal close. Dr. Das, over to you.
Good afternoon. In fact, good evening to all of you, our distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, researchers, students, and our honored guest. As we gather here for the closing session of the second international seminar on innovative approaches in geographical research, exploring new dimension for sustainable development goal, I am filled with gratitude and admiration for the remarkable contribution and insight that each of you has shared over the past 2 days. It has been a privilege to witness the exchange of ideas, research, and innovation that has brought us all together in pursuit of knowledge and solution for a more sustainable world. This seminar theme, Innovative Approaches in Geographical Research, Exploring New Dimensions for Sustainable Developments, has offered a platform for us to address critical issues in geography and sustainability. Together we have examined topics ranging from geospatial technologies and climate change to urbanization, biodiversity conservation, disaster risk reduction, and water resource management. This discussion have underscored the vital role that geographical research plays in transforming and supporting sustainable development goals as well as our India's vision for Viksit Bharat at the rate of 2047. The impressive participation we have seen more than 240 research papers, 22 posters, 14 models, and contribution from 10 NGOs. It is a witness to the depth and breadth of engagement from scholars, professionals, and organizations. The technical session, plenary session, special lecture, and also workshop have not only been broadened our understanding of key issues, but have also empowered us with the methodologies and approaches to apply in our respective field. Our 2 workshops, one pre-seminar workshop, application of machine learning and AI mapping in geospatial research using Google Earth Engine, and another yet to be done in post-seminar workshop. It is GIS-based hazard modeling using analytical network process, have shown how modern technology can enhance the geographical research and have proved hands-on skill that will benefit many of us moving forward. The scientific model, competition, and poster showcase the creativity and impactful research presentation, while our session on bridging academia and NGOs, collaborative pathway for sustainable development, highlighted the importance of partnership in translating research into real-world solutions. The ideas shared here affirm that collaboration is key to achieving sustainable development and creating lasting changes. I would like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to our sponsors, basically Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India, Science and Engineering Research Board, SERB, Indian Council of Social Science Research, and CSIR, ECL, Eastern Coalfield, and others co-sponsors like Advances in Geographical Research, Central Bank, Mallapur, Noishaba, Newtown, Rampurhat, Newtown, and so on. So their commitment to advancing research and promoting sustainable development in bridging this diverse and dynamic gathering together. To our organizing committee, especially Dr. Ashish Banerjee, Chief Patron of this seminar, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, Principal and Patron of this seminar, Ashaful Alam, Organizing Secretary, and all session chair, speaker, and participant, thank you for your dedication, hard work, and enthusiasm. Your contribution have enriched this seminar, transforming it into a meaningful experience for all. I am particularly proud of the young researchers who have presented their work, engaged with seasoned experts, and shows great promise as the next generation of leaders in geographical research. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge we have gained, the connection we have built, and the inspiration we have drawn from each other. I encourage each of you to continue exploring, innovating, and collaborating as together we advance the field of geography and in role in shaping sustainable future. May the discussion and insights shared here ripple out, contributing to impactful research and policy development, and ultimately to a world that is resilient, equitable, and sustainable. Thank you once again, all of you, for your participation, commitment, and passion. I look forward to the future contribution each of you will make and to seeing the positive changes that will emerge from the work we have started here. Safe travel to everyone, and may we live here, inspire, enrich, and empower. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for your insightful and inspiring speech, summarizing the essence of this seminar and its impacts. We are really looking forward to be guided by you, to be led by you into conducting many such seminars in the near future. Thank you once again. Now we are moving on to the next part of the valedictory session. Now we have the award ceremony. We now proceed to the award ceremony, recognizing the exceptional contributions of participants in various categories. The awards being presented today include Best Paper Awards for each session, Best Model Awards for the Scientific Model Exhibition, Best Poster Awards for the poster presentation, and Mukunda Bihari Saha Memorial Award for outstanding achievements. We request our esteemed dignitaries on the stage to present these awards. Let us begin with the distribution of the awards.
This is to announce that the Mukundo Bihari Saha Memorial Award has been adjudged and awarded to the paper titled Awareness of the Riparian Dwellers Towards Social Progress, the Tista River, India, authored by Dr. Rajiv Mitro. This award is also accompanied by a check of rupees 20,000. We request our honorable patron and President Governing Body member, Dr. Ashish Banerjee, to please present this award. Dr. Rajiv Mitro. Can we please have a loud round of applause? A wonderful presentation and a wonderful honor. We express our sincerest and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ashish Banerjee for his astute leadership. On behalf of the organizing committee, we present our dear Principal Sir and Patron Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. We present a token of appreciation to the convener of IAGR, Dr. JayantaDas, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Thank you, sir, for this astute leadership. We now present a token of gratitude and appreciation to Professor Ashraful Alam, Organizing Secretary IAGR and Assistant Professor Department of Geography, Rampurhat College. Thank you, sir. We now proceed with the award ceremony. Day 1, Session 1, the best paper. Paper titled Geomorphic Impact and Sustainable Management of In-Stream Sand Quarrying, Example from Damodar River in West Bengal, India. Authored by Dr. Prashant Kumar Ghosh, Kumarganj College. Dr. Prashant Kumar Ghosh, Kumarganj College. I think Day 1, Technical Session 2. This is to certify that the award is adjudged for the paper titled Spatiotemporal Variability and Trend Analysis of Sub-Himalayan North Bengal, India. Mr. Savidur Rahman. Mr. Sahidur Rahman. On behalf of Mr. Sahidur Rahman, would anybody like to take the award? Day 1, Technical Session 3. The paper adjudged with the title Habitat Sustainability Zone Analysis Using Elephant Reserves, West Bengal, India, authored by Ms. Lopamudra Ghosh. Please, can we have you up on stage with a warm round of applause. Ms. Lopamudra Ghosh. Take it to principal. Principal, sir. We request our patron, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha, to kindly hand over the certificate to and the token to Ms. Lopamudra Ghosh. Can we please have a warm round of applause for both of them? Thank you, sir. Day 1, Technical Session 5. The paper titled, A GIS-Based Flood Susceptibility Analysis Using the Coach Bihar District, West Bengal. Ms. Anuradha Shaha. Can we please have you up on stage with a warm round of applause? We kindly request Dr. Prithish Nath sir to present the award and the token of appreciation to Ms. Anuradha Shaha. Thank you, sir. Day 1, technical session 6, paper titled Irrigation Scheduling, Optimization, Damodar Valley Corporation, authored by Mr. Geetika Ganguly. Miss Geetika Ganguly. Can we have you up on stage with a warm round of applause? May I please request Topon sir and Arindam sir to jointly present this certificate and token of appreciation to Ms. Geetika. Thank you, sir, both of you. Day 1, technical session 7, evaluating the urban heat island effect and its public, Salt Lake, West Bengal, Ms. Shudipta Hore and Dr. Mridul Das. Ms. Shudipta Hore and Dr. Mridul Das. Can anybody accept the award on their behalf? Is there anyone to accept the award on their behalf? Day 2. We now proceed to day 2. Day 2, session 11, flood susceptibility mapping, a case study of Subarnarekha River Basin, authored by Mo Ghorai. Miss Mo Ghorai, can we have a warm round of applause? Can we please have you up on stage with a warm round of applause? May we please request Professor Milap Sharma and Professor D.K. Nayak to present this award and token of appreciation to Mo Ghorai. Thank you, sir, both. Day 2, technical session 12, paper titled Potentiality of Rainwater Harvesting and Groundwater Recharge Along the Major Roadways of India, Shubhendu Roy. Shubhendu Roy. Can we have a warm round of applause for Shubhendu Roy? Is there anyone to collect the award on his behalf? Day 2, technical session 14, paper titled Assessment of LULC Dynamics in Small City, a case of Balurghat Municipality, West Bengal, authored by Dr. Shumona Sarkar. Can we please have a warm round of applause? May I please request Professor Biplab Biswas and Professor Meen Bahadur Podyal Chetri sir to kindly present this award and token of appreciation to Dr. Shumona Sarkar. Can we have a warm round of applause? Technical session 15, day 2. We have a paper titled Homestays as Catalysts for Sustainable Tourism, Analysis of Growth, Impact and Priority Zones in Kalimpong, India, authored by Mrs. Payal Bhattacharya. Can we have a warm round of applause? May we kindly request Professor Shunil Kumar De and Dr. Omlan Jamadar to present this award and token of appreciation to Miss. Can we have a warm round of applause? Thank you, sir. Day 2, technical session 16. We have a paper titled Examining the Factors of Underutilization of Maternal Healthcare Services Among the Muslim Women of Malda District, West Bengal, authored by Dr. Bikash Bormon. A warm round of applause, and can we please have you on stage? We kindly request Dr. Arup Ghosh, Dr. Bhashwati Mondol, and Dr. Koel Mukherjee to present this paper and token of appreciation to Dr. Bikash Bormon. Thank you, sir and ma'am. For day 1, session 2, the paper Spatio-Temporal Variability and Trend Analysis of Sub-Himalayan North Bengal, India, we have the co-author, Mr. Snehashish Shaha, to receive the award presented by Professor Ashraful Alam and Dr. JayantaDas. We will be taking a little bit of time as one of the technical sessions is still in progress, nearing end. Please bear with us. We apologize for the delay. I would like to request Mr. Oyun Ghosh of IT Personnel GIS Engineer for the pre-seminar workshop to kindly come on stage. Mr. Oyun Ghosh for the pre-seminar workshop. Oyun Ghosh. Can we please have a warm round of applause for sir? We would request Dr. JayantaDas to present this. Can we have a warm round of applause? Now is the time for the most exciting Best Model Award. Smart Safety Monitor, Detect Alert, demonstrated by Masood Sheikh and Company. Can we have a warm round of applause? We would request Anwar Zaman sir and Nojrul Islam sir to kindly present this award and token of appreciation to Masood Sheikh and Co. For the second prize, the scientific model on the topic of the future floats, exploring the potential of Birbhum, Monisha Mondol and Co. Can we have a warm round of applause for their exciting presentation? We would like to request Professor Deepak Kumar Mondol to kindly present this award and token of appreciation to these highly precocious students. We request your guidance, sir. For the joint second prize, From Waste to Health, Energy Creation from Sustainable Future, demonstrated by Hiyashri Das and Co. What a wonderful presentation. Can we have a warm round of applause? We request Professor A.S. Senthil Vendival, sir, to kindly present this award to Hiyashri Das and Co. with the token of appreciation. A warm round of applause. Many congratulations, Yashri and co. For the third position on scientific models, the topic on gender justice, global justice, demonstrated by Anushka Rouge. Can we have you up on stage? A warm round of applause. We kindly ask Dr. Bhashwati Mondol to present this award on gender justice with the token of appreciation to Anushka Rouge. Many congratulations, Anushka. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going back to our award ceremony for day 2, technical session 1:10, the analysis of major elements, geospatial technology, authored by Ms. Joyita Goldar. Can we have a warm round of applause for Ms. Joyita Goldar? We would kindly ask Dr. Biplab Biswas sir to present this award and token of appreciation to Ms. Joyita Goldar. We now have the prize for the Best Poster Award, Spatio-Temporal Changing Patterns, demonstrated by Ms. Purvasha Shamanto and Mr. Mridul Bormon. Can we please have a warm round of applause for them? We would kindly request Dr. Prithvish Nag sir to kindly present this award to Purvasha Shamanto and Mridul Bormon and the token of appreciation. A warm round of applause for them. We are taking a little bit of time as one of the technical sessions is currently just unfolding. We would request you to bear with us for a few minutes. For the poster distribution, we have the second prize on effective and optimized analytical on the Darjeeling Himalayas, demonstrated by Mr. Janmejoy Bormon. Mr. Janmejoy Bormon, can we please have you on stage? Can we please request Professor JayantaDas to present this award and the token of. And we are also requesting the joint second prize holder, Mr. Jiarul Alam, to come to the stage and collect the second prize from Dr. JayantaDas. A warm round of applause for Mr. Jiarul Alam. For the third position, we have another joint prize. We have Mr. Shudip Banerjee and Dr. Rajiv Mitro. Can we please have them on stage? Mr. Shudip Banerjee and Dr. Rajiv Mitro. We would request Professor Ashraful Alam sir to present the award and the token of appreciation. A warm round of applause for both of them. We now come to the end of the award ceremony and the prize distribution ceremony. A warm round of applause for all the dignitaries seated on the dais. Thank you, everybody. Can we please request? We would now go on to the vote of thanks.
Before the vote of thanks, some of the participants had requested Please bear with us for a few moments.
Yeah, she can announce. Can you open it? First of all, I would like to express my sincere thanks and gratitude for inviting me here. And I would like to congratulate to the organizers of this wonderful conference for the grand success. And I hope next year also, the organizers will be able to organize this type of conference again and again. And I have a small token of love, token of appreciation to Dr. Das.
A warm round of applause for that wonderful token of appreciation. For day 2, technical session 13, since it was ongoing, we now have the award for Ms. Shohini Sinha Roy and Dr. Sumonde Sen. Ms. Shohini Sinha Roy and Dr. Sumonde Sen, we would kindly request Dr. JayantaDas to present this award and token of appreciation to Ms. Shohini Sinha Roy. A warm round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We are now proceeding to the certificates of merit for the cultural program. We would want to give out the prizes to our youngest performer, Ms. Priyanshi Das, for her scintillating dance performance yesterday. We would like to request Professor Ashraful Alam sir to present this award. For the dance program, we have Ms. Shupriti Mondol and Ms. Monisha Mondol to collect the prizes from Professor Ashraful Alam sir. A warm round of applause. Now, for the singing performance, we have Ms. Hiyashri Dash for her wonderful rendition, and Ms. Bhagyoshri Mondol and Ms. Sanjukta Kormokar. We would request Dr.JayantaDas to present these certificates. And Dr. Bhashwati ma'am and Arup Ghosh to present these certificates to the 3 students. We would like to request Dr. Pramesh Chetri on stage, Assistant Professor, and Dr. Basudev Sarkar and Dr. Uday Das sir on stage. We would like to request their presence on the dais. We would like to request Dr. Uday Das sir and Dr. Basudev Sarkar sir to present the certificate to Dr. Pramesh Chetri. A warm round of applause. May I request Dr. Monika Shaha and Dr. Amoresh Murthy sir to please come on stage. Now for the certificate to be presented to our most tireless and most dynamic host who has been performing perhaps like Rahul Dravid on the batting field, Ms. Shreya Chakraborty to collect the award. Can we have a warm round of applause? বলতে
হবে দেখি একটু কি আছে ওটা পরে দিচ্ছি
The next certificate is for my co-host, Shati Nayak, who is not present right now, so I'll be collecting her certificate on her behalf. Okay, Shubhranil Ghosh will collect the certificate on her behalf. ঠিক আছে শুভ্রনীল ঘোষ কে নেবে শুভ্রনীলই নেবে গেলে হবে শুভ্রকে কে দেবে শুভ্রকে দেব হ্যাঁ The next certificate of appreciation is for my co-host, the dynamic, brilliant young man just beside me, Professor Shubhranil Ghosh. A warm round of applause, please, for him. Dr. Monica Shaha will be accepting the award, will be accepting the certificate of appreciation on behalf of our co-host, Dr. Sudeshna Majumdar. Okay, some of our participants had requested that they want to give some feedback regarding this program. So we would like to call them on stage if anyone wants to share their thoughts on this seminar. Please, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Very good evening to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, my dear friends, warm regards to all of you. I'm Gayatri Maure, wants to express my experience at this IAGR seminar 2024. I came all the way 2087 kilometers from Apla, Pune. This is my first offline seminar. Usually, if options are given, we opt for online seminars. So, I just want to share my feeling and experience at this seminar. I usually call such seminar and conferences as Kumbh Ki conference, of course sarcastically, because in preparation work of such events, people get lost for even months. In our Maharashtra, there is a traditional annual pilgrimage where spiritually enlightened intellects come together. They walk 200 kilometers continuously for 15 days, sharing their knowledge, and all the devotees, saints, are considered themselves at one level of that egoless oneness. Today I want to admit here, this seminar was indeed like Kumbh Ka Mela and Wari to me, where all knowledgeable giants, technically sound people, great researchers and scientists came together to exchange their learning and experiences with beginners like me, and with all the comfort and inclusiveness of that egoless oneness. All the keynote speakers were damn good. It was treat to listen all of them. I wonder how Dr. Das has collected all these big brains of geography and allied fields together. I personally got new insights on many topics. These 2 days flew like anything, and I wish such potential seminars should be for at least 1 week. And when I say this, maybe Alam sir looking at me out of rage. Yeah, I know, because just to organize this 2 days event, they and their team is working for many months. But ye dil mange more, right? These 2 days were like surge of dopamine for me. Everywhere learning, everywhere knowledge, everywhere motivation, and everywhere happiness. One more thing I want to appreciate about is students of Rampurhat College. They were not just volunteers for the event, but they worked as organizing team itself. So if you are here, this is for you, Arvindo, Ishi, Hiyashri, Muhammad, Rick, Janmejay, and of course, my dear Shri. Your efforts are noticed. Well done, my dear students. I am so proud of you. May Rampurhat College organize more and more such events and give us chance to be part of it. I wish Dr. Das, you may get more and more success, and every success party you throw, you may invite us all because you are a damn good, amazing host. So long story short, this was a 10 on 10 seminar for me. You all must be agree with this. It will have special space in our memories. I want to thank my friend Shriya ma'am that she has allowed me to express my feelings. Thanks to lovely audience for patiently listening. I just can't miss this chance to invite you all to my alma mater, AISSMS Institute of Information Technology, Pune, for 7th International ESCI Conference, which we will be holding in March 5th and 6th, 2025. Give us chance to host you all. So please do come and have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to share their thoughts? Any of our participants? Okay. Any of our guests or participants, would you like to share your thoughts with us?
Dear friends, it is a great occasion for us to share our views. This is the second conference, and I have attended both the conference. And I come to the conclusion that this is the right time that this institution should now work to get the autonomy under the National Education Program of 2022, because a lot of activities are there and they are now making a case for that. I'm sure the idea will be communicated to the decision makers that something more has to be done, and I would like to see that the geography department takes the lead in doing so and becomes a unique example where the geography department has a solid contribution in promoting the status of the institution. I have been with different type of institutions, managing the institution, seeing that their growth is there, and I find their full potential here to get to the next status, next level. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my thoughts. And thank you to you as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, we would like to acknowledge our ex-students without whose tireless striving this seminar wouldn't have been a success. From System Management Coordinator, Student Nodal, we would like to invite on stage Ronnie Sheikh. Ronnie, are you here? Tawfiq Hassan. Rick Shorkar. Okay. Rick Shorkar. And Samiul Haq. A warm round of applause, please. Without them, nothing could have been possible. They have been working since 9 a.m. yesterday till now. They acted as our website developer as well. Dear students, your contribution to this institution is noteworthy. Thank you for everything. Now we have reached the end of this 2 days journey. To formally conclude this event, I now invite Professor Ashraful Alam, Organizing Secretary of IAGR, to deliver the vote of thanks. Once Professor Alam delivers the vote of thanks, kindly have the high tea. Before we part, we will see you again, in all probability, next year. And then we are going to have a group photo session. Please wait for that. Over to Professor Alam.
Thank you. Good evening, all. As the organizing secretary of this esteemed international seminar entitled Innovative Approaches in Geographical Research, Exploring New Dimensions for Sustainable Development Goals, conducted by the Department of Geography of Rampurhat College, I am filled with an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment as we draw the curtains on this remarkable event on the 30th November 2024. It has been an extraordinary journey, one that has enriched our knowledge, expanded our horizons, and fostered meaningful connections among geographers from across the globe. Our primary goal in hosting this seminar was to create a platform for the exchange of ideas and the disseminations of cutting-edge research in the field of geography. Over the course of the past few days, we have witnessed insightful presentations, engaging discussions, and the forging of intelligent collaborations that will undoubtedly shape the future of our discipline. The diversity of perspectives and the depth of knowledge and display have been truly awe-inspiring. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizing committee of this seminar, Dr. Ashish Banerjee sir, Dr. Prabal Kumar Sinha sir, Dr. Buddhadev Mukherjee sir, and obviously convener Dr. JayantaDas sir, whose unwavering support and invaluable suggestions enriching our endeavor profoundly. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, both national and international, who shared their expertise and inspired us with their research. Your contributions have been invaluable in making this seminar a resounding success. I also want to express my appreciation to our dedicated organizing committee, faculty members, and students who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the seamless executions of this event. Furthermore, our heartfelt thanks go to our sponsors, volunteers, and all those who supported us in various capacities. Your generosity and commitment have played a crucial role in making these seminars a reality. As we reflect on the knowledge gained, the connections made, and the ideas worked during this seminar, let us remember that our journey in geography is ongoing on. Let the insights and inspiration gathered here propel us forward in our pursuit of understanding our world. I am confident that the relationship forged here will lead to fruitful collaborations and groundbreaking research in the years to come. In conclusion, I am immensely proud to have been part of this international seminar, and I look forward to witnessing the positive impact it will have on the field of geography. I hope that the knowledge shared and the bonds formed here will continue to flourish and enrich our global geospatial community. Thank you all for your participation and dedications, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Once again, a very big thank you to all. Thank you.
All our guests are requested to come on stage. We are going to have a group photo. Please come on stage.
মাইকটাও সরিয়ে দিই একটু